Can't hear anything. Morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
The live button.
That's good.
And open this council meeting for Wednesday, 26th July 2023. I'll start with apologies. Have we any apologies?
Just my one for this afternoon, please.
An apology for later on this afternoon. Can I have a motion for that? Thank you. And a seconder. Thank you.
Sorry.
Peter? One from Peter. Seconder? Yep. Okay. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Confirmation of the agenda minutes, of the agenda, sorry. I'll move that. Have a seconder?
Yep.
Thank you. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Thank you. Are there any declared conflicts of interest today? No. Okay. So we move to 2.1, presentations and petitions. First off today, just to outline, you have 5 minutes, questions of clarification in regards to the presentations where we can be. We're going to make statements after presentations. Can I have Richard Keddell and David Wright, please? Licence to occupy, permission to develop McClean Park 222 on Gibbons Road in Kaiwaka. Welcome.
Hi, I'm David Wright, the chairman of Kaiwaka, and Richard, who's sort of in charge of what we want to do at Clean Park. Obviously, we're asking for a licence to occupy. Just have to excuse me, my computer. We have power cuts, so this is my computer today. After long negotiations with John McClean, we were able to acquire the land for the park on Gibbons Road. One of the conditions was that the area be made into a skate park and for the younger generation to use, as well as a social area for everybody to use. He also saw Kaiwaka as an organisation to see it as to fruition. We are working towards those wishes and are asking for a licence to occupy so we can see his wishes come true. Kaiwaka has a number of projects in the pipeline to enhance the central area, and the plans to this park are an integral part to the whole plan. Not only will we be able to be an asset to the community, but also a chance to showcase the Kaipara district, as we, Kaiwaka, are the first town in Kaipara, and we are the first town to touch the Kaipara Harbour. having a licensed occupier will not only have not only help to look after the benefactor and his wishes, but also an integral part to a greater plan to promote the district. So effectively, if we can get we want to be able to work to create a full plan of the area. Now we have, do you want plans of the?
Got some, I've just printed a couple of a wider view and an up close sort of view of the design so far, or sort of a preliminary concept which I used to work up what we might be able to do with the park, spatial possibilities and get quotes. So maybe on one side there's a wide view and marked in pink is the park that we're talking about, and then it shows the context. Would you like to? And it just shows the context of how it fits into the wider Kaiwaka plan and the connectivity. And as you flip over, there's just a closer view of my initial exploration of how that space could be used for a skate park for the children and a social area for families. And you'll notice it's right in that social busy hub of Kaiwaka Township.
The other thing we've got to realise about Kaiwaka is that it's an awkward little piece of land in a sense, and every little bit that we get that we can develop makes, is very integral in making Kaiwaka work. Questions?
Okay, any questions? Councillor Larson.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, thanks for coming to see us. Very integral part of the linkage there, I understand, that piece of land you've got there.
Yes, it is, because we've got that. We've also got McClean Park across the new walkway bridges, and the other walkway bridge. We've also got looking at putting a big walkway right around the full peninsula. It's integral. We've got the Sports Association up the other side with all the different sports, rugby grounds. I think they've just put in the frisbee golf, the walkways, the carry walk. So it is. It's all linked to make it all work together.
And how much did you have to pay to acquire the land?
John donated the land with that purpose in mind.
Any further questions? Councillor Dora.
Thank you for your presentation. I have two questions. The first relates to the, where's the update at? Because the paper's not clear around the potential dock NTA land. It's not immediately clear on the map where that land is. And the second question is, in terms of the funding for the development, is there any potential avenues that are already promising, or is it still something that you're hoping will come as a result of the LTO era?
Yeah, so as far as where that land is situated, the land, or I'll say the property, the land between Mountain Creek there and the donated land is the marginal strip, which is run by dock. So so the property in question is highlighted in pink.
Okay.
And so the land, the dock land, excuse me, Kaiwaka Can have been given a concession to use that land by dock, and we've met with dock and they're very supportive of of our plan. Excuse me. And to the south, by the St. John, we've got they're very supportive about us using land there as well. And also along Gibbons Road, although I understand it's council and NTA are very supportive as well of what we're doing.
And then where is the gifted parcel of land?
The pink component. The area that's highlighted pink is the gifted piece of land.
Is that not NTA and dock land, or?
No. It was previously owned by a local family, and
It was previously owned by John McClean, And after a lot of negotiation and what have you, we've been able to, well, he has decided to donate that land to the council as a park with these sort of things in mind to be able to do.
So where does the doc/NTA equation come into this about the confusion of ownership? We haven't had titles
Oh, right.
in paper, so
I'm not sure what confusion of ownership.
No,
the council staff have popped a couple of blurbs in our briefing paper for later this afternoon about,
I'm not sure what any confusion is.
no,
The
completely.
donated, my understanding is the donated land is,
Can you clarify that for us, councillor Larson?
I just suspect that what they're talking about is the land tenure, not in the new McClean Park, but in the old McClean Park towards the
Okay,
Cal.
yeah.
What side of the road?
The other side of the road. If you go across the other side of the road, there is another McClean Park.
that one there.
Yes. McClean Park has three owners as an NZTA, council and dock.
Okay, so that's not relevant.
That's not relevant to this. Okay.
And then just about the funding, is
as
there,
far as the funding goes, so I put together this, this work here, and there's a little bit more to it, but this captures it, the most part of it. I put together this for Kaiwaka Can to use for applying for funding for the design stage of the park, which we've been given through the reserves contribution from you guys, which has been awesome. And as far as moving forward, what I've done is I've put together I've put together a funding plan, which is based over, for this particular park, based over I've based it over 5 years, but it's probably stretching out to about 6 at this stage, of 5 phases. And I've got a high level estimate of how much I think that park will cost to design, and that's from my workings and also conversations with quantity surveyor of similar projects. So I've got an idea of what it will cost over the 5 years to build. I'm putting together a funding plan which breaks that total into years, and then within each of those years I've broken it into business sponsorship, funding, grants and avenues from the likes of yourselves or philanthropic, I always struggle with that word, groups. Those would be the larger bodies, and the smaller ones would be
donations to the community, volunteer work, donation of materials and fundraising from Kaiwaka Can. So that's what I've put together, and I'm working on, I'm building up at this stage the momentum around the team, all that. And so far we've got a few people in that team. And once I've got that booklet, I've decided to form it as a booklet which the community group can move forward with. And if members rotate and change, then it's all there as one template. Can councillor Ashnail ask his question, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, everyone. Is it David I'm speaking to?
Yep.
David, no, I'm all for, it looks like a great idea. My concern, actually not a concern, but just a query, is in terms of license to occupy, because we're looking at a long period of time, maybe 30 years, up to 30 years. Would you keep coming back to council if at any stage you can't do it? Does it become, is there any chance of it becoming a liability for council or any other commitment which may have to engage just because we have approved the license to occupy? It's a general question, and I will be great if you can answer it. Thank you.
I guess whatever we do, we want to think of it as being a team effort. So the team is obviously us doing the majority, but council will always be a part of it, being a council park. Yes, we anticipate that we will be able to manage it, the park, as in the skate park and things like that, indefinitely, but who knows? It's almost a impossible question to answer.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Rachel Williams.
Thank you through the chair. Just looking at the site plan, preliminary site plan, parking, I just had some thoughts about would it be good to perhaps have a parking area, or I'm just mindful that
Yep, okay.
Foursquare and the parking there is actually
Quite tight. And if you know Kaiwaka, and one of the biggest grizzles about Kaiwaka is parking, and I'll accept that. By going down Gibbons Road, down the side of the park itself, the road reserve area, it slopes away quite quickly, but with some work with the roads reserve and everything else, I'm sure we can at least increase parking by 7 or 8 cars down there. And not only that will it benefit Kaiwaka as a community itself, but when, like with the fire brigade down there, they struggle for finding parking and what have you when they get called out. So we are actually benefiting the whole community by doing it.
There's also a plan in place for how we strategy for working through those. There's challenges like any design.
And the other side of it is with the linkage with all the parks, there's parking on in the other park as well. There will be plenty of avenues as far as parking is concerned.
It's worked into the design process as well. So for one of the team members that it's penciled in will be other civil engineers, and part of the planning process I've done here was allocating roles, and one of the roles I've given to those civil engineers is a master plan review, and part of that includes parking, and they can give us that. I at this stage I've given them the task of assessing, how much parking we need, how we can achieve that. NTA, again, it might not be that they own that land, but NTA are positive about the use of Gibbons Road. All of those connecting paths are all-inclusive access, so bikes, walking, etc., to different areas. So they were talking about being a teamwork with the council planners as well. We're hoping to sort of work through those. So there's strategies for working through it, but it's going to be all design, projects have challenges.
Thank you. Any further questions? Thank you, Richard and David. We really appreciate the amount of community effort you're making here. So I know it's a voluntary organisation, and that's great to see. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Cheers.
On our presentations and petitions, we have Paturiri Toautu regarding vehicles driving on Omamari Beach.
I just wanted to ask the council, am I allowed to record this, or should I just record myself?
What was the question?
Can you record? Can you go?
Yes, certainly. I've given you permission to record, yes.
So do I have that, excuse me, Alana, do I have that piece of paper? What about that PowerPoint? How am I going to do that? Try and be as quick as I can. So, how do I do? Oh, yeah, cool.
So you just
What's that? Okay. Just push that one.
yeah, just be careful.
Tihe Māori ora, tēnā koutou ihu karaiti te wairua tapu ihoa, ko tahitanga, ko mai te aroha, te kaha, te manaakitanga o te atua ki a tātou katoa. Āmene. Korero i te reo Pākehā, tuatahi, I would like to make a formal public apology to the Pākehā Mayor for calling him a racist white supremacist. As such, I renounce the words white supremacist. Tuarua, I now begin my public PowerPoint presentation to the Pākehā Council. Tangaro, papa tua nuku rawa ko ranganui nā mātua o Tangaro. Kei he te wairua oku tūpuna, I roto I te whenua, te nāhere, te moana o Tangaro. He wahi tapu o ātohua, me mana, me kaha o Tangaro. Kai moana, nā ika, nā manu, nā pinga o Tangaro. Not going down this. Eons ago, according to whakapapa, Omamari was the first place named in the whole of a kaipara rohe when the Mamari waka was capsized there. The rangatira was Ruanui. Patu Toautu was a direct descendant and has lived there at Omamari all his life. He remembers as a child how his mātua father would take him fishing, hunting, eeling. And back then, ika fish were in abundance and Paturiri's mātua loved fishing. And every morning he would go down for a fish and without fail get a kai for his whānau or to give out to kaumātua and kuia. Nowadays, however, you will be lucky to catch one fish a week, although the mullet are still in abundance, which Paturiri catches during season by walking down with his solo net. He never goes on a vehicle, and catching enough kai for himself and his whānau, which he carries back by himself as his tupuna once did. So back when he was a child, there was only Paturiri's whānau whare, family house and his queer Nan's house across the road with a few holiday batches down the beach. And there was usually only one vehicle a day that went past, which was the postman. So Paturiri has very fond memories of his childhood at Omamari, eeling in the creek, catching sprats, playing with his cousins. It was like paradise. With tangata whenua and Pākehā respecting Tangaro and each other. Pingao, tuatua, ika, fish were in abundance, and one could walk down the beach in total peace and quiet, being one with the Creator and Tangaro. It was ātohua. Engari, but, now, takahia, disrespect. Now it has all changed 100% for the worse, with convoys of huge four-wheel drive vehicles desecrating and destroying Tangaro, all the way from Manganui to Poto. Endless convoys, sometimes up to 50 vehicles, go hard on the beach. Many of them young men amped up, raring to show off to each other and their wahine, their women. They tear up the sand dunes and pingo, the toiro beds, the tuatua, and even though no research has been done to prove that a four-wheel drive over in toiro or tuatua destroys them, common sense dictates they do. A 4-ton truck driving over a tiny tuatua, toiro koratake. Paturiri Toautu has had numerous raru conflicts with Hoons regarding this, but because there is no law to back him up, it is like fighting the wind, futile. So he is seeking Ngāwhi me tautoko, the help and support of the Pākehā Council, Northland District Council, DOC and all iwi of Arohe to implement bylaws limiting vehicle use as soon as possible to stop this utter desecration and destruction of Tangaro before it is too late. Tangaro is not a plaything. Tangaro is a living, breathing wave. Tangaro is wahi tapu, sacred, as is our toiro, tuatua, manu, and so on. So Paturiri challenges the Pākehā Council to introduce bylaws as soon as possible, limiting the use of vehicles on Tangaro, on our beach. Paturiri would prefer to ban all vehicles. However, this would be unlikely, so the next best step is to introduce bylaws restricting vehicle use. And he is happy to give his whakaaro ideas for such bylaws that could be introduced if the Pākehā Council asks for his kōrero. He has also started an online petition which he will present to the Pākehā Mayor and Council once there are enough signatures. He will end this kōrero by showing a couple of photos he has taken of a continued destruction of tangaro and the taonga within them that needs protecting.
Done.
So up there, that's a regular occurrence at Omamari Beach. And not only there, but where the toiro birds are, the tuatuas, those birds there, those are dotterels, they're nearly extinct. And those little birds only lay on the seashore, but don't lay anywhere else. And every year, their eggs are destroyed by the four-wheel drive, so they're going to be extinct. So for me, basically, it just whenever I go down there and I see like all these this utter destruction, you know, I mean, these are all of our beaches, you know, for all of us. And the toiro are nearly extinct. So that's my kōrero to everyone. Yeah, kia ora koutou katoa. Thank you for your time.
Kia ora.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks for your presentation. Appreciate you coming and giving that to us. It's really important. Just with regard to the dotterel there that you mentioned, are you aware of what the Department of Conservation are doing about that?
Okay, I'll tell you what they're doing is totally ineffectual. Utterly ineffectual. Because these dotterel lay their eggs like, you know where their eggs are? Because as soon as you get, because I go down the beach all the time, as soon as you go down, they start running away and they lead you away from their eggs. And all Doc does, that's all they've done, they do this every year, but it never works. They just put yellow ropes around where they are, and either the sea washes the yellow tapes away, you know, where their posts are, or the hoons just drive straight through it. That's what usually happens. The hoons have no regard whatsoever.
Thank you.
Just to answer your question, yeah.
Councillor Ashnar, you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Paturiri. Just a simple question. I love the beaches, and I guess we are dealing with humans, not animals, who are causing this destruction. So my simple question to you is, would you believe that the people can be told rather than the bylaws to say, would you mind not doing this? Or would we have to have rods and sticks to stop them? And my question is, have we done something like that on 90 Mile Beach as well? Because I did go there and I saw same story. Thank you.
Oh yeah, kia ora koe mo tō pātai kia hau. Just to answer your question, okay, educating people is 100% not enough. 100% not enough. You have to have bylaws, you have to have laws in place. I would have, the first bylaw I'd introduce immediately would be to stop all vehicles allowed onto the sand dunes. That's the first one, which is very simple. 100%. And to have it, to back it up, I would have, like I'd be a monitor, you'd have volunteers down at the beach who would, and like say, like every time I've confronted people, I talk to them. I have had so many confrontations and I've nearly been arrested because, you know, the police have tried to charge me for protecting tangaro, which is ironic. But yeah, so it has to be, you've got to have bylaws, mate. Like education by itself is not enough. When you have a bylaws, then you have signs up there. So people know if you break the law, there's going to be consequences. That's the only thing that's going to stop it. Not just education by itself.
Thank you.
Further questions? Councillor Erin Wilson-Collins.
Thank you. Kia ora.
Kia ora koe.
Thank you for your presentation. There's been a lot of noise about this issue, and one that I know that at least last term there was a lot of concern around the elected member table around what's happening. And I know you see every long weekend, I mean every weekend, but especially on long weekends, you see those four-wheel drives driving into town and all of that. So with your with you being based at Omamari, how could you estimate how many vehicles, four-wheel drive vehicles, you see on the beaches on a given weekend?
I would estimate, this is serious, at least 200 minimum. At least 200. Absolute minimum, but sometimes during the holidays, a lot more.
Yeah.
And they come in huge convoys. And they're big vehicles, you know, and they just like young fellas rocking up, they go up to the sand dunes. And we've had like some serious like real ruddy with them, like sort of it's been quite scary, you know. But yeah.
Thank you, that's
Councillor Vincent,
a surprising number.
Well, I'm just being straight up, I'm not just exaggerating.
No, that's good to know.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, that's really what you told us was very distressing for me. From a practical point of view, the problem with any bylaw is how to enforce it, given how spread out we are and the small resources we have. And you acknowledge that education is not a complete answer. It might be part of the answer. Perhaps I'm getting to my question. Do you think like CCTV type might be of some help as a deterrent so that people coming onto the beach, their numbers could be read, like their license plate numbers, so that they could be tracked easier? Would that work there, do you think?
Well, that could be one sort of solution, like sort of, so where the entrance is, you know. But to me, what I personally would do, like I would have volunteers at each, say, Omamari, Manganui, sort of Glen Bailey's Beach. And even though like I don't advocate the use of vehicles, but to have, for each volunteer to have a little motorbike, right? To have a camera, right? And to monitor and to have the power by the council. So if they see people doing it, they give them a warning first, then an infringement. Because the police, like I very, very rarely see the police, and I never see, what's those fellas called, who,
MPI.
you know, it's the fishery people. I very rarely see them. So you'd actually have to have locals there who are volunteers, because I know the council has hardly any money. Only cost would be the GoPro cameras and the motorbikes and the pixel, and that would be it. And then they could, like, I would happily do that. And I would make an exception to go onto the beach with a little motorbike, because I know we all Toiro and the Toautu are, you know. And you just educate, that's when you know, you go, oh, hey, look. And then if they keep doing it, then you know, yeah.
Thank you.
But it's the other thing that I would do, and this is just what I'm saying, I would actually have permits, right? So that people actually have to, all locals would be given a permit, but they would actually have to, so it would be for kai or for specific recreational purposes. Okay? Not just like you can just go down the beach, because they do it in Aussie, they do it over in Australia, with the Aboriginal land over there, the beaches. So it can be done.
We don't have to invent it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Rachel.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Yeah, it's really concerning. I'm not familiar with the beach, but do these four-wheel drives, can they drive over and around to Kaiwaka Lakes? Link up in any way?
They have to go through a road. They can't go up on the,
Don't go up the dune.
can't go up to the sand dunes. There's a walking track up there, but it's blocked off, so you can't take it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And again, thanks for the presentation and bring it to our attention. How many access points are we talking about along the beaches? I mean, you know, there is a practicality of, we've got so many, can any be closed down? I mean, I expect that a number will be used specifically by locals, totally understood. But I mean, is there a logistical option in doing that? And the second part of the question is, are these four-wheel drive tours, are they organised or are they random groups largely?
As far as I'm aware, there are some that are organised, definitely. And there are some who are just sort of random, you know, just sort of like, oh, hey, bro, let's just go for a tiki talk. The worst ones are the young fellas. They're the worst ones, yeah. The other ones usually sort of don't, you know, they're the ones who hoon up to the sort of like where the pingao is and all of that, because the pingao, that's what you need for the toiro. That's what makes the toiro reproduce in that. Without the pingao, you know, and that's like they wreck that. So stuff like that, yeah.
And the access points number?
There's, I know there's Poto, there's
Links.
Links,
Oh,
Bailey's.
Mahuta's shut at the moment, but it'll open back up.
Yeah.
5.
at Manganui Bluff,
Yeah.
Omamari Beach.
I'm wondering on that, is a starting point, is there a way perhaps, if, you know, this can be developed, is that there are certain spots that are started with in terms of closing down or limiting access, you know, trying to focus that way.
Yeah. Okay. All right, kia ora.
Councillor,
I'm not just block it off entirely.
No.
Yeah, no, I'm just being straight up. That's what I would personally do. I'd ban all vehicles on all beaches. You know, to me, that's sort of, yeah. Because I know, like, when I go down netting, I go down and I catch, say, like sometimes 30 mullets, and I've got to walk all the way back with them with my net. So, you know, and so if I can do it, you know, anyone else can do it. You know, just walk down.
And they're not going fishing, these drive-throughs.
okay, we're running out of time, but we'll have three more questions. Councillor Leo, Councillor Paniora and Councillor Larson.
I don't need a question. I was just gesturing that Councillor Paniora was wanting to ask a question. Thank you.
Councillor Leo first.
Thank you. Just a quick question. I'm very conscious of the money we spend, the ratepayers' money. And I'm just thinking, whatever we start, there is a likelihood of vandalism as well, apart from the likelihood of their taking away. Are you recommending we should spend hundreds of thousands of dollars and not educate people, but try to monitor it? Do you expect the council to police such actions? Thank you.
Yeah, no, I never said just to have punishment. Like I said, you know, you've got to educate people. I would have big signs. You have a big signs, these are the bylaws, you know? So that's the education. And then you have like volunteers there as well to talk to people. So, you know, I'm not saying to waste, like to me, it wouldn't cost hundreds of thousands of dollars if there's 6 points. Say each, you get second-hand, those little four-wheel ones, they're about $3,000 on Trade Me, 6 times 3, plus the pixel, plus the GoPro cameras. That's not a huge cost, you know?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Paniora.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, thank you for coming in. Again, reiterating a presentation on the issues that we are currently facing and that we're all very aware of, and we're trying hard to work with staff to get some sort of bylaws in place this triennium. So I've heard your examples of what you think may be able to be implemented. I don't think that we have the funding for that, but would you say that it would decrease a lot of the issues if we were to have signs with bylaws stating the infringement at each entry point, and then every long weekend having MPI or volunteers at the entry points, just, you know, as convoys come through, hey, are you aware of the new bylaws, the fines? Please stay up to June's. These are the reasons why. Do you think that that would have at least a bearing or an impact on it? Obviously not completely ruling it out, but is that a good start?
That's a great idea, because it's usually during the holidays, but I will say that I'll just say this, the council might not have the funding, but like say throughout the years I've done applications for funding. So I can honestly say, and I'll say this to the council right here publicly, I'd be happy to actually write up the proposals, because I know there's funding out there through different avenues. We could possibly do it through Te Reo. I know DOC has funding. There's different avenues where you could definitely get funding to actually pay for the volunteers, not to pay their time, or even better if you could pay for their time, but if not, that doesn't matter. I'll do it for free. I'm not worried about that. But I'm just saying, but what's your idea? That's a great idea. You know, that's a great idea. Oh, excuse me. Yeah. Hold on.
Okay, thank you very much for that presentation. It's appreciated. It's very thought-provoking, and I was just having a word with my C. Maris here, and Jason Maris, and he said there's work being done in this space, so we will hopefully consult with you regarding that as well. Thank you very much.
Oh, kia ora koutou katoa. Thank you. It's my ex's birthday today, so I'm just going down to Auckland, so. thank you for your time.
Okay, next on our list is Mary Byrne from Fluoride Free New Zealand. Unfortunately, Dr. Lawrie Brett's sick today, so he can't co-present, but Mary, presentation, thank you.
Good morning, councillors and residents. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I'll have to go quickly on this PowerPoint. So what it is I'm from Fluoride Free New Zealand, and we've been working to stop fluoridation in New Zealand for a long time. I've been since 1999. Right, now why I'm here is that there's been legislation to make fluoridation mandatory. So up till now, it had been the local councils that were making the decision, and most councils in New Zealand didn't do fluoridation. So as you can see, what's happened is national government brought it in between 2017 and 20. It was actually kept at bay and the bill didn't go through. But then 2021, Labor got in, they put the bill through, and by that stage, there weren't any DA. And I don't know that I can speak any louder, actually. And then 2021, there was no DHBs, so it's gone directly to the Director General of Health. Now, 14 councils have been directed, another 27 have got letters saying they will get a directive, but Kaipara has yet to get a letter, but it most probably will happen because the law is all water supplies over 500. Now, the Director General says that they've looked at the Cochrane collaboration to do with fluoridation reduced tooth decay. They've conferred with Director General, the Director of Public Health, and they've looked at a report that was done in 2014 by the Chief Science Advisor. I'll quickly try and get some of that. The 2014 report has now been superseded completely by the National Toxicology Program from the USA, which has found that fluoride is a neurotoxin. It can reduce IQ if children are exposed prenatally and early childhood, and that there's no safe level of fluoride in the water. So the National Toxicology, first of all, the Cochrane collaboration says that the results that they had were predominantly old studies, that 40% of children will have some form of dental fluorosis, which is little white spots on the teeth. That means the child's been poisoned by fluoride. It's the first outward sign of poisoning. There's no evidence that stopping it increases dental decay. There's no evidence that it reduces inequalities, etc. The Director of Public Health has considered the oral health. They've looked at the school dental clinics. Every year, the Ministry of Health produces a spreadsheet, and they have age 5 and year 8 decayed, missing and filled teeth and caries free, which is no dental decay at all. And so there's a lot of children in each of those age groups. And then if you go and actually have a look, because you can go to the Ministry of Health's website and find this information, it shows that actually when you compare fluoridated New Zealand to non-fluoridated New Zealand, there's no difference in the number of children that don't have any dental decay. So as we can see, the non-fluoridated children are actually getting a little bit better. And, over half of children don't have any dental decay at all these days, which is a far cry from what it used to be in the 60s when it was first introduced. Now we can see too that the number of fillings that they're getting, there's pretty much no difference. But at the moment, it's slightly better for the non-fluoridated areas. Now, the National Toxicology Program is in the final stages of publishing its findings. So that should be released soon, the final report. They're an interagency collaboration within the US Department of Health and Human Services. So the Americans are really the people that we rely on for fluoridation anyway. That's why we've got fluoridation. And I had a debate with Ashley Bloomfield at one stage in the Hutt Valley, and he finally got to the point, he just said, oh, well, the US government say it's good, so therefore it's good. So if that's the case, the US government agencies are now talking about it not being good. Right, so this review has been issued in two parts, a monograph and a meta-analysis. And they've got 55 studies, and 52 of them have showed lowering of IQ by 7 IQ points. And the highest quality ones, 18 of those 19 found a lowering of IQ. So the ones that they found that were the best were from Canada and Mexico. So in Canada, about 40% of Canada's fluoridated, but actually at a lower level than us. New Zealand possibly has the highest level in the world. Most of the world doesn't fluoridate to start with, like 98% of Europe, etc. We're one of the few countries that has a lot of fluoridation, and we have the highest target of 0.85 part per million. The US is 0.7, and so are the other countries. And we are now only the second country with mandatory fluoridation. The other one's Ireland. So anyway, they concluded prenatal or early life exposure can reduce IQ and no safe threshold in the water. So this is a graph from their big meta-analysis, and it shows as you add fluoride to the water, IQ goes down. And so we're around 0.7 to 1. So we're looking at an average of 3 to 6 IQ points. Now this is comparing it to lead, because researchers in the US are saying this is exactly what we saw with lead in paint and petrol. And if you are old enough to remember, the Ministry of Health defended lead in paint and petrol until one day they suddenly didn't. But they fought it for a long time. So this is a couple of the researchers. This guy here, Philip Grandjean, he works for the National Institutes of Health. He's known as the world's leading researcher in mercury. Now, if you have a IQ drop of 5 IQ points, what happens over a population is that you shift the whole IQ curve down. So you halve the number of geniuses and you increase by 50% the number of people that are mentally impaired. Now that is hugely significant, because you're taking that pink lot there, they would have been here. They would have been able to function in society. But by shifting them down, they now need help just to live. So that means it's them, their family, and the cost to society. And of course, it's obviously just not good, is it? Plus, this is like the canary in the cage, that they can look at IQ, but if it's a neurotoxin, it's a neurotoxin. So it's affecting people's brains. Now, the NTP have said that they find that this is with moderate confidence. So that's the second highest level that they can come up with. The highest level, you would have to also have animal studies and something else. So it's pretty much the highest level they can come up with at the moment. And they're saying it's to do with total fluoride exposure. So we can't let the dentist or whoever say that it's to do with having higher levels in the water, because it's actually to do with your total fluoride exposure. So you have what's in the water, you have your toothpaste, there's medications, and pesticide residue. There's all sorts of ways that we get fluoride today that people didn't get fluoride years and years ago. And the Canadian and Mexican studies that I was referring to before, the Mexican study, they actually have fluoride in their salt, but what they looked at, so for the first time they were looking at dose, because when you look at the water, obviously people drink different amounts, we weigh different amounts, etc. So it's kind of a ridiculous thing putting medication in the drinking water to start with, but they looked at the fluoride coming out of in the urine of pregnant women, compared that to the IQ of the children. So they could see exactly that if a mother had this amount of fluoride, this is what happened to her child's IQ. And then again, they repeated that in Canada, did the same thing with their data, and they showed the same results, that it lowers IQ. And so now there's been quite, a lot of studies. So most of the study that is looked at in this National Toxicology Program has been since 2014, in fact, since 2017. So the data now is coming out in an avalanche, really, that fluoride reduces IQ. So the reason that I'm here, because the government is most probably going to ask you or tell you sooner or later that you have to add fluoride to the drinking water. And what our group wants is we want the councils to stand up for the people and say, no, we're not going to do that. Because, you know, it's a neurotoxin, it's a waste from the phosphate fertiliser industry, it comes out of the chimneys, they put a cap because it's toxic and it can't be let into the air. So if you look at Balance or Ravensdown, they have to put water in to scrub the chemicals out. It's too toxic. So they can't get rid of it that way, but if they put it in a tanker and drive it to the council, they can drip feed it through the public water supply.
Excuse me.
That's a nice way that they get rid of it. And that is definitely the truth. We did an advert on that on TV.
Can I interrupt you, please? I'm sorry.
Have I done 5 minutes?
You've had 10 minutes, actually.
Why have I?
And so what I'll do is I'll open up for some questions. I didn't want to be rude, but we've got a big day ahead of us. Councillor Larson.
Oh, thank you, Worship. Yeah, thanks for coming and seeing us today. I had anecdotally heard about the accumulation of fluoride in the pineal gland and the impacts on melatonin. I was just having a look at some peer-reviewed research whilst you were speaking, and it appears that is a thing. Would you be able to speak to that at all?
Yeah, it is. That's actually that was found quite a long time ago. They did studies on gerbils because apparently they're the ones that they look at that compared humans with the pineal gland. They found that a whole level of really high levels of fluoride in the pineal gland. And there's also been a study by a woman called Luke, and she, a UK researcher, and she looked at cannabis, so she opened people up and she found huge amounts of fluoride in the pineal gland. So that's really important for a whole lot of our hormonal, workings. So that's another aspect of it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Mary. Thanks for your presentation. My questions are very simple, as always. So these studies, I take them with a pinch of salt because you get one study or one research and you get opposite finding. The question I have is, would you look at banning the toothpaste because 500 million users in the world using toothpaste, and every toothpaste, standard one, has fluoride in it. I think the issue is of quantity, not fluoride per se, rather than how much fluoride should be there. I'm not a doctor, but I would ask you this simple question. Would you rather have a petition going to the central government rather than councils? There are 70, 68 or 72 of them taking this responsibility, while it can be done as a petition to the central government, because a directive from the central government, we have limited resources. Do you really want us to spend money on these things? Thank you.
Well, I mean, you are here to protect the community. You are, voted in to protect the community, not just carry out the dictates of central government, because if that was the case, you wouldn't really need councillors. You just have bureaucrats. But going back to your point that you don't really believe studies, well, then why have fluoride at all? If you don't believe any studies, why would we bother having fluoridation? But the National Toxicology Program is the go-to agency from the US government. So when they want to look at agents of concern, they employ the best scientists to go and do a deep dive into all the studies. And they're not just taking one study. That program looked at 55 studies. They found consistently that fluoride is reducing IQ in humans. So these are human studies. There had been studies prior that looked at animals, and this is what had brought them into looking at the humans. So, I mean, if you don't believe the studies, then we should err on the side of caution, because the only reason to do fluoridation is to force it onto people. If people want fluoride, they can brush their teeth. Actually, what we should do to help the children with dental decay is we should do a child smile program. This is what they do in non-fluoridated Scotland, where they bring teachers' aides or whatever in just to have a toothbrushing every day, and they've found that fluoridation, that child smile has reduced dental decay in Scotland hugely. So this is what we should be doing in New Zealand. It's cut general anaesthetics in half. So those children that have really bad teeth, which is really awful for them, that's cutting that incident in half and it's saving a huge amount of money. So it's common sense that we should do this. And no,
Thank
we
you.
have lobbied the central government for years on end, but they have a policy. And people, once they have a policy, often do not want to change it because they lose face. So they are sticking, and they actually do say things that are not true. If you go into the 2014 Chief Science Advisor's report, he says that the IQ drop was of no significance, but he says less than 1 standard deviation, which a standard deviation is 15 IQ points. It was 7 IQ point drop, which is of some functional significance. It's hugely significant. Yet he tells people it's not significant because he hides it with standard deviation, because most people wouldn't know what the standard deviation on IQ is.
Thank you very much, Mary. Look, I don't want to cut you short, but we have to move. CE Maris has just given me a note here to remind me that that central government with these issues, unfortunately. I have a lot of sympathy for what you're bringing to the table. As a council, I think we still need to be able to avail ourselves of the information and make a decision on how we can lobby government if we wish to.
Cool.
Appreciate your presentation. I see that we've got the other impacting thing that's occurring in this country, which will be maybe the implementation of the Three Waters coming up in July 24th next year. So a lot to think about, and what I would ask is if you could continue to provide us with information to keep us up to date with this issue. Thank you.
Yeah, cool. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Next on our presentations and petitions is Ruawai, who wants to talk about co-governance.
Permission to film?
Yeah, so was it? Tell me. Yeah, you've been given permission to film.
Okay, thank you. Apologies, I'm going to be reading off my phone. My previous presentation was declined from the mayor, so I've just thrown this one together last minute. Kia ora koutou, ko pere huriwai saga taku ingoa. Actually, before I start, I just want to ask, did we start with the opening karakia this morning? Kawe. Better late than never. Kia ora te...
No, you're not to do a karakia. You're here to present regarding co-governance. That's your subject.
Definitely doing karakia in the presence of our local councillors, that's definitely an aspect of co-governance, I would argue, Mr. Mayor.
No, I'm sorry. You're presenting on your topic. Thank you.
I'm presenting on co-governance and trying to introduce more aspects of our culture from Te Ao Māori.
Culturally appropriate.
In terms of partnership, I mean, how more on brand can you get when it comes to co-governance? I mean, we can argue this fact if you'd like, or I could spend 15 seconds to give the council's opening karakia.
No, I don't wish to have that. Thank you. You are here to...
I do wish to have it.
I wish to have.
Do not interfere with the meeting, please. I'm the chair.
Co-governance is about partnership, which
It's not about having a karakia. Not here to do a karakia. You are here to talk about your subject. Do not interfere, please, Councillor Peniora.
Would it have been better if I didn't even say that it was a karakia? I mean, you didn't want to interrupt Paturiri's karakia.
Yeah,
Kabai.
full standards.
Kia hora te marino, kia whakapapa punamu te moana. Hei huarahi mā tātou I te rangi nei aroha atu, aroha mai tātou, ia tātou katoa. Kia ora. Thank you. Rightio. I'm here to talk about co-governance today. But before I talk about local issues regarding co-governance, I'd like to highlight that the anti-co-governance tour has returned to Te Taitokero with talks scheduled on the 6th and 13th of August in Whangare at the Whare Ora Hall. With new events popping up all the time, it is likely that the tour is going to return to Dargaville. And so I'd just like to give some information for those of you who are unaware of this tour. It is nationwide. It's been extensively covered in the media, and on the website it says it's delivered about 50 talks nationwide, which I think is correct, probably more. The tour claims an elite Maori sector of society is taking over the country, that we are at war, and that we as New Zealanders, Kiwi, Pākehā, Māori, however you like to identify, that we need to pick a side. The tour host believes that Māori are not Indigenous, and at some of these tour talks, Māori have been reportedly denied entrance because of the colour of their skin. This tour is designed to create chaos. It's upsetting Māori and the like, and it confuses and instills fear in others. This is the opposite of what we need in our communities. And I guarantee you, not a single person who attends one of these presentations will come out with a better understanding of what co-governance is. Speaking of the attendees, most recently in Papaioia, Palmerston North, an audience member laid his hands on a Pākehā woman and he dragged her out of the room by her legs. And the tour hosts and the organisers of this event watched on and did nothing. Meanwhile, a member of the audience said, "Pull her pants off, take her pants off." The organisers did nothing. Assault charges have been laid against this man. This woman is a prominent business owner in Palmerston North, and my understanding is that she is now okay, but she is pressing charges. Just over a week ago in Ōtautahi, Christchurch, a woman stood up during question time. She spoke about her upbringing in Germany. And as she started to talk about honouring Te Tiriti o Waitangi, the audience booed her. And apologies for my language, but you can hear someone saying to her, "Sieg Heil." There is no accountability taken by this tour. Their pattern is that when someone disagrees with them, they lash out, which is evidenced when venues cancel bookings with this tour. A bowling club in Blenheim turned the tour down, and so the tour's response was to call the bowling club cowards. E hoa mā, I am fearful that it is tours like this that are emboldening potentially the next terrorist who may choose a marae rather than a mosque for his next target. The tour has been here to Dargaville once before, and it was no different. I believe it brought out the worst in our community. There was an assault there, there was police involvement, there was racial profiling, and no doubt, not a second thought was given by the tour organisers in terms of the mess that they left behind. Now, in light of the tour returning to Te Taitokero, I would implore you, our mayor, councillors, to please not use your public profile and your position in our community to promote this tour. Please do not repeat this mistake, Mr. Mayor. While you did campaign against co-governance, Mr. Mayor, I expect you to seek what is best for our entire community, not simply the minority that voted you in. However, I've seen you ban karakia. You tried to do it again this morning. I've seen you disrespect your Māori ward councillor, Iha Pera Paniora. And Mr. Mayor, I've heard you have held private meetings, and against the wishes of the parties involved, you've changed the co-governance arrangement of our Harding Park. And now I'm hearing that Te Reo Māori is potentially being removed from the council's annual plan and potentially all other council documents. The more I learn about this tour and the more I learn about people against co-governance, the more I understand that this isn't a movement against co-governance, it's a movement against Māori, full stop. Thank you to those of you who are doing your best to protect our community. And all I can say, Mr. Mayor, is that I'm glad you're not the coach of the All Blacks, because you'd probably ban the haka. Kia ora koutou. Thank you so much.
Go. Do you believe in freedom of speech?
I do.
Thank you. Any further questions?
Yep.
Councillor Paniora.
Do you believe in freedom from discrimination?
Further questions, Councillor Erin Wilson-Collins.
I don't have a question, but I just want to express my disgust that our banning of karakia extends to someone who wants to express their own.
Making a statement, you're supposed to be asking a question, Councillor Wilson.
Their
Perhaps
own
it's
way.
leading into a question.
And I'm actually really sorry about that. I think it's fair enough that we've had our own discussions about opening with karakia. I think if a member of the public wants to come in and be able to express their own culture, I think we're crossing another line.
Kia ora. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next.
Don't you think?
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more.
Kia ora.
Okay,
Thank you.
let's move on.
No further questions? Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Keddell.
Presentation from Karen Hastings regarding Te Reo use in council documents, and she will attend online. Is she there?
At this stage, I don't think she's there yet. Mr. Byrne? Oh, yeah, hold on, bear with, she's.
Oh, there you go. Welcome, Karen. You are there. Away you go.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Ken.
Kapai. Kia ora koutou. I'm glad to be back, albeit virtually this time. You know who I am, so I won't reintroduce myself, but you may be missing my younger sidekick this time. Huia is at school today, but sends her mihi mahana, her warm regards to you.
Well done.
I'm here to represent Kaipara residents who are very concerned about this council's approach to things Māori. I am Ngāpuhi and Te Rāroa, therefore I do not represent local iwi today, but I do represent tangata Māori who live in Kaipara and the many others for whom Te Ao Māori is important regardless of whakapapa, ethnicity. I was born and bred in Tunatahi, Dargaville, and I now live in Mangawhai. I love Kaipara, I stand for its people. Last month, I heard about another kaupapa subject to be concerned about, that of separating the annual plan into two different versions, an approach which I now understand to also encompass your annual reports and long-term plans. A note in the kōrero discussion section of the June 7th council briefing states, in our formal reports, the council is working progressively towards full Reo Māori versions. What is presented in draft form at attachment A is the English language version. For this annual plan, we will be publishing an English version and a version with more of a focus on Reo Māori. I watched the council briefing. There isn't any kōrero about it in the recorded session, so this must have been an off-record discussion. I soon found out that your own Māori ward councillor did not even know about this directive. I now know that the Mayor himself has directed this outside of any meeting or consultation context because, quote, there is a desire to produce council documents that are easier to read, followed by the Mayor is going to be discussing this approach with our iwi in the coming days. Please notice we've now heard one English version and a full Māori version, or a version with more of a focus on Reo Māori, or a separate bilingual document. So that's still a little unclear. Okay, so iwi have not been included in this discussion before the directive was given. The very people who would be most likely to be reading Te Reo Māori and are most likely to know what the specific needs of their people are. Please realise this approach could actually alienate so many of our whānau Māori who are unable to speak our reo. Further to this, the CE discovered that utilising translator services was, quote, prohibitively expensive. Therefore, he tested AI for the translation, then checked for accuracy with his contacts. Please know that our reo is a taonga that we have to work very hard at retaining and reviving every single day. The landscape of AI for language translation for Te Reo Māori is still very much in development, and I am suggesting that you allow that technology and use of it for local government documents to be Māori-led. But regardless of the how-tos, let's focus on the why, because the desire is to produce council documents that are easier to read. Have you considered that perhaps this is a design problem and not actually a language problem? I did look over some of the previous annual plans, and I can see where there may be issues understanding where to read next, but I don't see that separating languages out into versions is the way to solve that. In fact, that is going to create double the work for your staff and overuse the budget. I consulted with a designer on this matter who said, when you bring two languages together in design, you are reflecting the larger collaborative relationship of those two worlds and the strength of their connection. It takes thoughtfulness, intention, and the right team to beautifully design an annual plan or report in a way that integrates and honours both languages. She also said the resource it takes to create two separate documents, each with their own language, is close to double what you would need to create one thoughtful document that includes both languages. And that after reviewing last year's annual report, the inclusion of two languages is not what is making it feel confusing. She does go on to make a few recommendations, and I will email to you these to you after this hui. But I am wondering, is readability really the problem here? Because I'm seeing a clear theme in the decisions you're making, and it has me concerned once again that you are not here to represent and listen to all Kaipara residents, nor interested in listening to and consulting properly with your iwi stakeholders, that you may just be interested in hearing from those who think the same as you. The annual plan bilingual document will be done retrospectively, meaning that the English-only version will be released alone. Furthermore, according to the CE, because documents are produced largely electronically now, you will, quote, print out the official version for the archives and send both versions to Archives New Zealand. The use of that language, the official version, really concerns me, and it should you too. I question the sense in doing things this way, a huge waste of resource and budget, doubling up on such things, and to what end? As a Kaipara ratepayer, this seems like an utter waste of resource. So I'm here again to tell you, you are making a mistake. I would encourage one document that is reflective of the partnership of our peoples rather than a separatist approach. I have spoken to local iwi representatives who have also had informal discussions with the mayor on this. We have some incredibly generous tangata Māori in this district when it comes to teaching and sharing our reo, and they are really keen to grow capability and understanding of Te Reo Māori for all people in Kaipara gradually over time. They shared their concern that having separate documents leads away from that entirely, and see one bilingual document as the best approach to growing the familiarity, comfort and acceptance of Te Reo Māori and Te Ao Māori over time and accommodating all. Councillor Larson focused recently on a low percentage of those speaking Te Reo Māori and used it as a reason to use less reo in these documents, but we see it as an opportunity to grow understanding in a way that is respectful and generous. This needs to be thought about more broadly and in consultation with the people you serve, your iwi stakeholders, and with design and communication experts. I do hope this corridor has brought some further understanding to how you could approach this differently, and I am happy to talk further about this with you. Kia tau ngā manaakitanga a te mea ngaro, ki runga I tēnā o mātou, kia māhia te hua mā kihikihi, kia toi te kupu, toi te mana, toi te aroha, toi te reo Māori, kia tūturu ka whakamaua, kia tīnā, tīnā.
Nā.
Kuie. Tā kie.
Thank you, Karen. Do we have any questions? So, Ross Collins.
Thank you. Kia ora, Karen. Thank you
Kia ora.
for your presentation. I've been watching you on the screen there, and so I don't think I'm on the screen, and the view that I have doesn't look like there was a lot of attention being paid. So I just want to assure you that I heard your presentation and I'm here.
Thank you, Erin. I am used to that having happened from last meeting also.
Kia ora. The presentation that you gave, you talked about two facets there, and I just wonder if you could expand. One was the alienation of Te Reo speakers and Māori tangata whenua having their language excluded from the document. And the other was, at the very end of your presentation, you did speak about the regeneration of Te Reo and becoming more collaborative and helping people actually using documents like this from local government to actually help people who don't speak Te Reo become more familiar. Can you just add more to that aspect of your presentation?
Yeah, absolutely. So as I explained in the last time I stood and shared a personal story, I talked about how many of our whānau, through no fault of their own, have over time lost their reo and have not been able to regain it. And the reasons for this are really, really complex, and they are due to no fault of their own. I myself went back to study and spent $6,000 on fees to learn the reo that had been taken in the first place, and had to take a whole year off work to do so. So it's costly in terms of time and money to do so. So to answer your question, we have so many of our whānau who don't have the reo. When they are given a document that is, quote, mostly Māori or a complete Māori version, that completely alienates them. It brings a lot of shame, actually, because they are unable to engage with that. And so in this case, they would then have to revert to the English document if there were the two separate ones. If there was the bilingual, of course, they could understand that. But then I question, well, why then are we having two different versions? And then the other thing you asked, I've just lost my train of thought.
No, I think you've actually expanded well on what I was asking. Thank you so much. Kia ora.
Further questions, Councillor Paniora?
I just wanted to acknowledge you for that thought-provoking and well-researched presentation. It sounds like you've covered all of the arguments and considerations really well. And it seems to me that it's obvious that a bilingual document is the way to go. And my question is, don't you think?
I completely agree. A bilingual document would bring a lot of what local iwi talked to me about. I spoke with one this morning who said, look, we just want to share our reo with as many people as we can. We understand that it's hard for some people to engage with this. There are ways of having the different languages sitting alongside each other so that all people can understand these better. And as I mentioned, good design and you're good to go.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Okay. Thank you, Karen. Look, I'll just make some comments on this. This was actually flagged in the 30th of June meeting. And I'll quote you, in our formal reports, Council is working progressively towards full Ruawai versions. What is presented in draft form at attachment A is the English language version for this annual plan. We will be publishing an English version and a version with more of a focus on Ruawai. So the feedback I've had, and I have talked to iwi, and I've had my CE talk to iwi, and the feedback I have had is that if we're going to do it, we do it properly, which I think everyone would agree. And so you will have a bilingual document that has a lot more Ruawai within the document, and I think that's a good thing that should be embraced. as the leader of this district, I would also remind people that I represent everybody in my district equally,
Including mine.
and including Mary, that's correct. And I have a lot of feedback from people that say, look, make our documents easy to read because they are large documents.
And I would ask you again, Mr. Mayor, to consider design.
I'm not asking you a question. I'm wrapping this up, Karen. Thank you.
Okay.
So they are large documents and there is a demand that they be simple to read. And I think that you should embrace this rather than use it as an opportunity to feel offended.
I'm not offended. I'm concerned.
I'm sorry, we're moving on.
Okay.
Thank you. No statements. We've had enough. We've been about 10 minutes. You've had a fair go. Thank you.
But the question is, have you been listening?
Certainly have. That's why we are going to continue to consult with iwi. Thank you. Now, have we got another online there?
Not yet.
Another presentation.
Okay, so our next presenter. Ready?
No.
Good.
Yes.
Right. So our next presenter will be Julian Batchelor, who wishes to also talk about co-governance. Are you there, Julian? Who wishes to also talk about co-governance. Are you there, Julian?
Yeah, I'm here. Hi.
Thank you. Go ahead, we can hear you. You have 5 minutes to talk about co-governance.
Okay, thank you for having me.
Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Thank you for having me on.
Thank you. Go ahead, we can hear you.
Great.
You have 5 minutes to talk about co-governance.
Okay, well, thank you for having me.
Yeah,
yeah, I'm here. Thank you for.
Through the chair, sorry, Julian, can you turn off the YouTube that is currently playing? Because we're hearing the feedback
we're
here.
having the feedback from your YouTube that's currently playing.
Yeah, I'm here. Thank you for.
Through the chair, sorry, Julian, can you turn off the YouTube?
Okay, I've done it.
That's good. That's got no interference. Thank you.
Oh, hey, thank you for having me on, councillors. It's great to be here. I just wanted to respond to the previous speaker from the Aotea Liberation League and talk about what he was talking about with co-governance. A few things that he said that I should respond to was the first, that Maori are being barred from our meetings. That's completely untrue. In fact, we had Maori in every single meeting in the country, and we've had Maori offer their premises to us to hold meetings. And we have a huge following of Maori following this tour. So we're getting Maori into all our meetings. So that was completely inaccurate what he said about that. He also says it instills fear in attendees who come to our conferences, and that's completely untrue again. We have people who are following us like you would not believe. This little booklet that we produced called Stop Co-Governance, what co-governance is, why it's wrong, or why it must be stopped. We printed 350,000 of those, and those are being distributed all over the country by people who are buying them. And so what does that tell you? There's massive public interest in this topic, and people want to know about it. Both the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition have exhorted New Zealanders to discuss co-governance, and that's what we're doing. And so we're getting great turnouts in our meetings. The books are going out the door at 26,000 a week. And so the public interest in this topic is massive. Now, he also talked about, so what he said about instilling fear in attendees is exactly the opposite. People are coming to these events because they want to hear about co-governance, nothing about fear. And they're coming. So then he talked about the Blue Whistle lady and the Palmerston North event. What actually happened there was a lady started blowing a whistle in the first 5 minutes of our meeting. She was told, the whole conference was told, that if you wanted to disrupt, you would be removed by the police. And she promptly disobeyed that and trashed the free speech rights of myself and those who'd come to hear, the 100 of people who'd come to hear that meeting. Unfortunately, we usually have the police remove people, but people were so frustrated that a couple of the local people who were at the back sitting next to that lady removed her. But I need to tell you that there was an 80-year-old lady in front of the lady who was blowing the whistle, who is now going to see a specialist to have her eardrum repaired and getting specialist help, because the lady with the blue whistle actually damaged the eardrum of an 80-year-old sitting right in front of that lady. That's not reported in the media. And so what the media did was make somebody who was a villain a hero, which we think is wrong. And if people come to our meetings and disrupt them, then they need to know that there are consequences. And, you know, it's unfortunate that somebody shouted out, "Take your pants off." I didn't even actually hear that because it happened round the corner. But, you know, why would this lady cry foul when she was actually trashing this meeting? And when she damaged the eardrum of somebody sitting in front of her and completely disrupted the meeting for the 100 people who were in there. I mean, how disrespectful is that? So then she talked to the guy he had on from the Liberation League, talked about the Christchurch lady. She was actually a German lady that stood up at the very end, said she was wanting, in the Q&A time, said that she was for us. And then right at the end, she said, "No, I'm actually from Germany." And so she lied to us about what she was going to talk about. Then she went on to talk about German history and how it was repeating itself in New Zealand and that we were sort of Nazis and so on. And so she was just shut down because it was supposed to be a Q&A time. So there's nothing sinister there. He also said your guy from the Aotearoa Liberation League, I don't even know his first name, that I lash out when people disagree. No, we have a Q&A time at the end of every meeting, and people are very respectful usually to wait till the Q&A time so that I can deliver the message that people have come to hear. And there's never been a lashing out. And if there is one, then show us, give us some footage, show us, prove it, because people can never prove that. And of course, that's how it is. He also made the accusation that we're emboldening terrorists. Actually, no. There's no proof of that. That's just a sensational comment with no proof, no evidence, and is typical of the Aotearoa Liberation League to actually embolden people to be fearful, be worried, and to try and shut us down. So there are strategies that these people use to try and destroy free speech, to destroy the right of people to speak an opinion about a very important political issue, co-governance, that is facing this country. And I have always invited people from what I call the opposition, people who are for co-governance, to run their own meetings, put them on, and tell everybody in the country what's good about co-governance. And we will not interrupt their meetings. I'll applaud that if they did that, because they have a right to free speech. But what they don't have a right to do is cancel the free speech of somebody with an opinion that is legal, that is exhorted by the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition, and that is currently very topical for this country. So free speech is something that we're vehemently defending and honouring, and we want others to honour that as well, that we live in a democracy. We don't live in a dictatorship, and in a democracy, free speech is paramount. It's incredibly important. And so all the accusations this man has made were completely false. He said that the Dargaville meeting we had brought out the worst in people. Well, people who actually were the worst people in that meeting were the activists, were the Māori who turned up, who were trashing free speech, wouldn't allow me to speak, wouldn't allow the people who had come to listen. So that was the worst behaviour. If that's what he means, it was the people, the activists who came to destroy the meeting. We were peaceful. We never advocate violence. In fact, I've always said the only weapons I will ever use are my pen, my brain, and my mouth. But the activists, well, they use violence. They use terrible, disrespectful behaviour. When people were leaving the meeting in Palmerston North, these people, and sure, they were over 50, but I believe that the over 50s are where the wisdom in a society rests. They've lived, they've got experience, they're discerning. When they were leaving that meeting, they were spat on, kicked, punched by the activists, by the protesters. And so the bad behavior here is not us. We come as a people of peace. We come to have meetings where the public can come and listen freely. But the violence and the fear and the aggression is not us. It's the protesters. It's people who are being stirred up actually by the guy who was speaking, the Aotea Liberation League. So the very opposite is true. And so he's a master spin doctor. And I'm asking the council not to be duped by this and to look at the results, look at the evidence. And if he makes accusations, he needs to show evidence. He needs to have.
Can he be allowed to pick another?
I've given equal time to everybody, actually. I am timing the meeting. Can you please not interfere? Actually, Julian, I'll just get you to wrap up quickly and then we'll have some questions if people would like to have some questions.
Well, he started off by saying co-governance is about partnership. Well, we actually believe there's nothing about partnership in the Treaty of Waitangi, and that's one of the reasons we're putting on this tour, because there is so much misinformation being peddled out of government and out of activists about the Treaty of Waitangi, what it says and what it doesn't say. And co-governance, there's nothing in the Treaty of Waitangi about co-governance or partnership. Absolutely nothing.
Thank you. Look, I'll have to cut you short there, Julian. We're running out of time.
Okay.
I've got a question from Ash Naya, followed by Councillor Paniora. Councillor Naya? Put your mic on, Ash, please. Can't hear you.
No.
Okay, we'll let him come in later. Councillor Paniora, you have a question?
Kia ora anō, Julian. It's Peter Paniora speaking. So you just said in your presentation, we come as a people of peace. It's not us, it's them. So can you elaborate on your statement that is as follows, quote, unfortunately, they're being funded by the government and it's a really bad situation. You have to help me, you guys. You can't be nice little Kiwis anymore. When New Zealanders went to war in World War II, some of them were just little sheep farmers and they got in the front line and they had a gun stuck in their hand and they had to change from being nice, polite, nice little farmers into if you don't kill, you're going to be killed. They had to become soldiers. You can't just be nice complaining Kiwis, you have to rise up. I stated it to elaborate on that statement. Seems to contradict what he's just said in the presentation today, that it's him that comes.
Are you familiar with that statement, Julian?
Absolutely, I'd love to comment on that. The problem is that non-Maori have been so polite, so gracious, so kind for many, many years, and they are afraid of conflict. They don't want conflict. They're gracious, kind, loving people. And I said to them that if they're going to stop co-governance, they need to get out and they need to become active. They need to change from being nice, polite, gracious, loving, kind people who tolerate a lot of things. And this is one thing in New Zealand that we must not tolerate. I'm talking about co-governance because it's illegal. It's not based on the treaty. And I made the analogy that there were some farmers in the Second World War who were nice boys, really. Some of them under 20 went to war, some of them in their early 20s. They were lovely sheep farmers and they were nice guys. They were European and Maori, and they went to the war. And when they got to the war front, the generals and the officers who received them said, you're going to have to now be a soldier because you can't be the nice little sheep farmer that you were, because if you don't fire this gun and you don't join the army and the protocols of the army, you're going to be killed. So it's either you kill or you'll be killed. And that's how it was in World War II and World War I.
Supplementary.
Look, I'm going to stop this now. Thank you very much, Julian, for your presentation. We'll move on with our meeting.
Supplementary.
Can I ask?
Supplementary question. I'm moving on. Thank you very much.
I have questions.
No, I'm not having any more questions. We're running out of time.
Unfortunate, because Julian.
All right, okay.
Julian has come to us and
we'll have some more.
at the end of the day.
Question from you, okay?
Okay, great, I've got three. Julian.
I'm having three.
When you gave notice to present for the meeting, because you weren't in our agenda. Thank you.
Well, that's up for the council to tell me.
Maybe I can answer that. What was the question?
The question, Julian, is when did you give notice to present to us at council? Because you're not on the agenda. There's quite a few presenters today, not on the agenda.
You'll have to ask the council
Do
staff.
you not when you?
I'll answer the question for you. I will answer
Sorry.
the question for you.
I've got another question. Do you not
Answer the question.
take notice?
Mr. Batchelor came through and
Get it to the
keep
list.
quiet.
Okay, hang on.
Mr. Batchelor asked to present today. I think it was this morning, wasn't it?
It was, I asked.
He
come
sent
on
an
to-
email and is
It's too late.
have a discretion to allow, so I did.
Thank you for answering that. Well, I'm sorry, Julian, that you do not know when you asked to present to council. Can you also elaborate? You spoke about your meeting and where the lady got dragged out, and you then commented that the people attending the meeting need to know there are consequences. Are you actually then saying that physical violence is an acceptable consequence of attending one of your meetings?
No, but what I'm saying is I have no control over what happens suddenly at the back of a meeting when there's 100 people in the meeting and people suddenly flare up and trash the rights of those people inside the meeting to hear me. They break the rules, and I can't control what some of the people in those meetings do. I never condone violence. I've always said let the police take people out. But unfortunately, what happened in that meeting is two people were so frustrated, so annoyed about this woman just completely walking over everybody's right to free speech, and they took it into their own hands. That's not normal protocol for us, but that's what happened.
So it's just unfortunate that a man physically removed a woman from your meeting. Okay. And my third question is, who are the Māori elite?
At the top of every tribe, and there's many tribes in New Zealand, probably over 600. I haven't counted them, but I know that there's many because there's 500 chiefs signed 540 chiefs signed the Waitangi tribe treaty. So that gives you an indication of how many tribes there are. Now, when the government pays out money, they have to give money to somebody in these tribes, and it's invariably to the family because Maori culture is hierarchical, has a family at the top, and a family is given the money. But I got a complaint from a Maori in his 50s who's saying he was sick of seeing white Range Rovers with white leather seats and Maori inside with beautiful suits and lovely shoes on. And where is all the money? He said, come and look at my home, come and look at my kids and find out they're living in poverty. Where is all the money going that's going to these elite Maori at the top of every tribe? And he's right. That's what it's about. So elite Maori are the people at the top of every tribe, and they're all through New Zealand.
There's a millionaire.
Hang on.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Noah, you have a question?
Oh, you.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Questions from one person.
Just a quick question. I'm an immigrant and 20 years here, Julian. Thanks for your presentation.
Thank you. Hi.
I'm trying to understand that you have to go around and sell copies and try to explain co-governance. And when I Google it, I understand the co-governance literally means governance with Maori for the government, right?
No.
It is not.
No, incorrect.
Well, that's what the Google said. Anyway, so all I'm trying to say.
First of all, don't trust Google because it's not reliable. It's been polluted. Yep.
Okay. So all I'm trying to say, and the Treaty of Waitangi is a sacred document. Is it a document which has a scope or it can be expanded?
No, the document's
in terms of interpretation.
No, the document's very, very clear. Even a 10-year-old child could understand it. And it's not fluid, it's fixed. And it's very clear what the British intention was. And we should be going back to the treaty in Maori, Te Reo. I'm trying to honour that treaty because it's the treaty that we should all be obeying and all should be all honouring. And the Waitangi Tribunal is not using the treaty in Maori, which is breaking international law. And I am trying to bring the country back to the treaty in Maori, the original meaning of that treaty, and to honour it, Te Reo. But the Waitangi Tribunal is using a James Freeman fraudulent version of the treaty, and it's also using the fraudulent Hugh Carfrew 1989 version of the treaty. And both of those are clear breaches of international law, which says that the treaty in the indigenous language should have priority over any other treaty. And so I am wanting the government to obey international law And I'm informing the public about this, is one thing that I'm doing, and that they would honour the treaty in Maori and how it was originally intended and the original meaning of that treaty, and it's very, very clear.
Thank you very much, Julian. Thanks for clarification too.
Any
Cheers.
further questions? Okay, thank you, Julian, for your presentation. We will
No
move
problem.
on with our meeting.
Thank you very much for having me. Have a good day.
Thank you very much. We'll not have any interference from the gallery, please. Mr. Julian, well, I will answer your question. Mr. Batchelor requested to be heard, and as the chairman of this meeting, I have the prerogative to hear anybody I wish.
Official.
Okay, and we have freedom of speech here, so I've allowed everybody more than a fair go. So thank you. We'll move on.
Getting official information.
And you tried to deny.
Okay, I'm going to adjourn the meeting for a break.
Official information.
A cup of tea, please.
Submitted a request, but he has been invited on.
don't know where.
Let us know when you're good, Kelly.
He seems like a man who's. No.
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay, we're reconvening this meeting. 26th of July. Our next item on the agenda is 3.1, which is the confirmation open minutes from council meeting 28th of June. Can I have a mover for that, please? Councillor Lawson. Seconder. Second, yep. Yeah, Councillor Howard. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against? Okay, motion carried. Move on to 5.1 electoral voting system 2025 local body elections. I'd like to move that we remove item A from that, and we agree to introduce the first past the post electoral system for the 225 and 228 local government elections. Do I have a seconder for that? Yes. Councillor Lambert. Okay.
Sorry, excuse me.
Presenting this.
Excuse me, your worship, could I just seek some clarification on what you've actually moved? I see that there are options A or B, C, and then there is recommendation D.
My correction, item B is the one I've moved.
Not D?
B and D.
B and D.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, my understanding is that you've moved B. So that's the three options would be about A, B or C. You have moved B and had it seconded, which includes also D. So you're agreeing not to undertake a representation arrangement review as well? Can you clarify that?
Actually, no, I didn't. I moved option A, didn't I? No. Sorry.
Yes, you did.
Option B.
B.
Yeah, I didn't want to move any other option.
No, that's fine. So for clarity, the three options were A, B and C.
Yeah.
So you've moved B, so that takes off A and C, is my understanding.
Yeah.
But we've also got a D, which agrees to not to undertake a representation arrangements review.
Oh, look, I don't want to move that at all. No.
See,
I just want to move. Well, that's something we can look at in the future, surely.
well, as part of the briefing paper, when it came to council and it was part of that conversation, we said we'd bring it to this council for discussion and agreement.
We've agreed on that, is that correct?
That was part of the briefing. Now, if you want to not do a representation review, you move it. If you want to bring it back to council for further discussion, we can do that.
Yeah.
That's part of the movement.
Yep.
Councillor Lambert, are you as a seconder happy with?
Just to clarify, B has been moved, excluding D. And that D is a double negative in that it won't, so it will be coming back. If
D's not been moved?
That's correct, so it will be coming back.
So we can bring it back to?
Yeah.
Yeah.
For another brief again.
I just wanted to clarify that, yeah, so I second on its own.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, may I ask, are we able to just clarify the clear meeting on representation arrangements review in 2024?
I'm happy to talk to that.
Yes, C. Maris can explain that one.
We may have somebody from election services online as well who may want to comment. I'm not sure if he's there or not. Team. However, so representation reviews required. We presented this at the last briefing when we had this topic. It's required every 6 years. So we did one, I think maybe 6 years ago. Then did it again 3 years ago because of the growth. Why we have the representation review that we have now. So that's why you have the ward structure that you have now. When we talked about it at the briefing, we put it to you that we don't need to do another review. We've done one within the last 3 years. And then 3 years before that. There was a cost of around $25,000, $20,000 to $30,000 to do a representation review. And then it relooks, it's consultation, involves the local government electoral commission, and obviously work required to do that. So we included that in the briefing paper when it came to you, and that's why we're asking you not to do a representation review.
That's fine. Just
It has not been moved.
sought the clarification, that was all.
Okay, well, let's go through the discussion and see where we end up.
Questions?
Can we have the staff member that is, says Alana on here? That we've got.
Okay. So team, what we have in front of you is the paper that came to you for the briefing. The direction was to bring it here for decisions. We've got a mover and a seconder. It's first past the post is moved and seconded. We do have Craig Taylor online, and I'm sorry, Craig, I don't know your offsider there at all, can't see, but maybe a good time, Mr. Mayor, if you're okay, for Craig from Independent Election Services to talk to this.
Yes, okay.
So Craig, can I bring you in? Can you just check that we can hear you?
Correct, yes. Can you hear me?
Thank you.
All right.
Kia ora, everybody. Sorry, I just wanted to clarify, were there any specific questions regarding the briefing paper that you have in front of you? From what I understand is Mr. Mayor, you have, there's been a resolution to pass B, which is agrees to introduce the first past the post FPP electoral system for the 2025 and 2028 local government elections. Now, when it comes to D, Jason is correct in that you have already undertaken a representation review in 2021, which took place and it was effective for the next two triennial elections. So you are no longer required to undertake another one until 2027. Are there any specific questions in relation to those points?
Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is, do we know which way the Northland Regional Council is swinging?
No, they haven't made a determination yet.
Timeline on that?
They'll have to either retain first past the post or change to single transferable voting. 12th of September is when they'll have to have made a resolution by.
Where are they now? Councillor Naya.
Craig, just a quick question. As a constituent or as a voter, I have been terribly confused for 20 years in New Zealand when I get different options for different, like DHP, there used to be a FPP, and there used to be for district councillor, a STV. What's your views or in terms of going around the country? How can we simplify it and not confuse the voters who are already confused who to vote? Thank you.
I think the first thing to recognise is that Kaipara District Council has had STV for the past 19 years, and we can sort of roughly gauge the level of confusion based on the informal votes that we receive, and it's very low for Kaipara District, and Kaipara has been traditionally low for informal votes. If you take, for example, Hamilton City Council, they resolved to move to STV for the last triennial elections, along with a number of other resolutions for different things that they changed, and they suffered a reasonable low turnout. So it's very hard to actually gauge the level of confusion. I think every elector is different in how they see things. There's other factors that may come into play, such as having multiple voting systems on the single voting paper. Some years ago, we had the DHBs, which are no longer there, of course, and they were traditionally, or they were STV, whereas for Northern Region, they're FPP. So there is different elements to it, and I think it comes down to each individual elector.
Can I ask you how many councils have reverted back to first past the post? Are there any?
Yes, there are. Ben, I think you spoke about that this morning.
Yeah, there are 2 councils that have, which are Matamata Piako District Council as well as Thames Coromandel District Council. Both of them have used single transferable voting and at some point have opted to revert back to first past the post.
Off the top of your head, do you know what their reasons were?
I believe with regards to Thames Coromandel, they felt that STV was not providing them with the diversity that they were after. I'm not sure what that was exactly, but that was what they felt. It wasn't serving their community as they felt it should.
Councillor Ron Manderson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think there's a very strong argument for keeping it as simple and as easy to understand as possible, free of all.
Councillor Manderson, you're supposed to be asking a question at this point.
Okay.
Councillor Rachel Williams.
Thank you to the chair. I just had a question, and it's not indicating that I want to hold a poll or anything, but has KDC ever held a poll?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Do you want to? No. The answer is, well, when I say no, we don't have any records of Kaipara District Council holding a poll. When I believe the council resolved to move to STV in around 2003, which was to take place for the 2005 and 2008. Well, it's been in place ever since. And I don't have any records of there being an actual poll for electoral systems for Kaipara District Council.
Okay. Any further questions there? Councillor Howard.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Do we have stats to sort of validate STV on the basis of voter turnout? Now, we know that we had a relatively good turnout in this last October in Kaipara, but we also had a lot of interest and a lot of candidates for a few spots. So it probably is a double-edged sword question because you may not be able to isolate specific elements. But I'd be interested to know, as a general across the board, what you find as a general trend with STV councils and their voter turnout versus FPP.
I'll pass over to Ben to answer this one.
Yeah,
Thanks.
Sorry.
That's okay.
You're right in that it is difficult to isolate any one particular reason why turnout would be low or high for any one election. It is the case that the average council using first past the post has a lower average percentage of informal votes than the average council using single transferable voting. But as you've pointed out, it is quite difficult to isolate any one particular reason. Councils often make multiple changes at one time, whether that's changing their electoral system and undertaking a representation arrangements review, or introducing Māori representation. So the evidence is a little bit mixed. But like you've said, Kaipara District Council does have a pretty good history of high voter turnout.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, just more of an observation, if I may, that I spent all of the 90s hugely involved with electoral services in all the major reforms that went through with, do we go to MMP, what sort of form of MMP? And despite absolutely millions of dollars being spent on campaigns, not just ad campaigns, also the level of confusion on any of the aspects was huge at the end of it all. So there was, still, despite all the communications and that.
Got a question?
No, as I said, it's an observation. So it's a difficult one to get clear understanding on by electors.
All right, we've had your statement. Any further questions? Okay. To the mover's statement, I'm an advocating going back to first past the post, because when I stood in the previous election, I think the STV still confuses people. They don't trust it. They don't trust the system where they can't work all the votes out themselves. It has to go into a machine to get a result. And I think they yearn for simplicity of process. That's my comment there. What about seconded statement, Councillor Lambert?
Yes, so first of all, to just go over D not being brought in, it appears as though the growth is consistent across the district now. Mangawhai's level and Dargaville and the central areas is increasing somewhat. So I don't think there's going to be much change, or I don't believe there'll be much change with the distribution of population right across the board. And I really don't think there is any need to go under another review in 2024. In relation to the first past the post and section B, for a good 10 years I was involved with the Electoral Commission. That was from 2011 right through to 2020, and numerous roles there, and in the end getting up to the senior levels of scrutineering and every other aspect of investigation into invalid votes and incorrect votes. My problem was with STV. The system relies solely on a computer, and scrutineers during the counting process virtually become non-existent. We owe it to our public that we have, or to our voters, that we have a simple and concise way of making sure votes are valid and counted correct. It's a manager's decision on incorrect votes at each voting place. And if we have a STV system where it's numbered 1 to 8, sometimes there's 6, sometimes there's not, and I don't believe that the true direction of each voter is portrayed in the final result. When Mr. Dale Oxley, I believe his surname is, I asked him to... Sorry? Sosky, yes. I asked him directly, would STV have changed the result if it was first past the post? And he said there is very little difference that would have happened with the end results. However, we have now ended up with a system that not only do candidates not understand fully, but the general public doesn't. And that light, I see there is no option but to support first past the post.
Can I just have some clarity from CE Maris, who wanted to talk to us?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you. So, Councillor Lambert, I just need to clarify, because you're the seconder of this motion, something you said during that statement, which was that I think you're confused about the representation review aspect to it. And what hasn't been moved, which was the staff recommendation, was to agree not to undertake a representation review. Yeah. But that hasn't been moved.
I'm going to make a second order on that, actually.
So what you said there, though, was that you don't want to have a representation review, but it's not been moved to not have one.
That is correct, but we did discuss it, and just to clarify that D is not being
cool. Passed. That's fine. So I just want to make sure that the whole meeting's clear on this.
Yep.
Because what you're actually doing is we're going to have to bring this back to a briefing again. You'd have a conversation about undertaking a representation review or not.
I only moved.
Oh, I'm understanding.
Just okay. I only made that comment in relation to the discussion was held after the moving.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Larson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, just really reiterating points that have already been made. I think that the first past the post system will be easier for voters, tick the people you want. And I think it'll be easier for everybody's understanding. I think even as elected members, we struggle to really understand the nuances of the STV system. As far as the representation arrangements review is concerned, I'm happy to leave that open for now. We might change our minds about it. We don't have to lock ourselves down into we're on that just yet. We'll deal with that when we have to. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Naya.
Thank you, Worship. Thanks for presenting. My question is obviously, it's a statement now. So I agree with the fact that STV is very, and I can vouch for it and due apologies to the electoral people as well. 2 of the mayoralty candidates actually had ticks next to your names when they were putting their signboards, and they took it off because I had to do a lot of interactions with electoral officers in getting clarification on that to come to party that it is STV and it's not a tick. But in saying that, during the campaigning, all those people were confused as much so as the candidates. So with due respect, as I said to STV, this is a system which confuses. And another thing I would like to mention, whilst we are not voting for STV at this moment, is that STV also gives opportunity for things which are, shouldn't say under the table, but there can be a candidate or there can be 10 candidates under STV who do nothing and their votes are transferred. They actually, in this past election, one of the candidates decided to withdraw. But the electoral officer, for the knowledge of all, told me even if he is dead, his votes will be passed on to other people. So I think it's very confusing. All I'm trying to say, thank God the mayor is with us, on at least with me on this. And yes, FPP is a good option. Thank you.
So Rachel Williams.
Thank you, through the chair. Yeah, I was quite surprised that we've had the system now for 19 years and the level of confusion out there amongst my friends. And I don't know if there was a lot of new voters or what was going on, but I've spent a lot of time trying to help people to, understand the STV system. Yeah, so I think if FFP will stop that confusion, it will be a lot simpler for people to follow.
Right, Councillor Paniora.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. So firstly, I'm going to give some of my comments, even though it's quite clear the writing's on the wall about which way we're going to go, and particularly with the representation review, obviously coming back to council for another decision on, which will also be predetermined prior to the meeting. My comments on that, I've heard a lot about that people don't know how it's calculated and it's very confusing as to like what will occur with STV, but all voters need to know is who they prefer, the most preferred to the least preferred. So what happens from there with everyone, collectively preferences is not really something that the general public have to understand. And going back to the briefing, we were provided with some statistics around the blank or ineligible votes. And my take on that was that they were quite low numbers in comparison to the amount of votes that would be lost if we just take the first past post system, that some votes won't apply at all under that system. So if we're taking that other perspective into account, STV is a better system moving forward, particularly if our positions are to represent all demographics and all people and ratepayers, which come from all different walks of life, cultures, backgrounds, etc., that is a more progressive voting system to ensure that the people that are sitting around this table are much more representative of the communities in which they serve, and that a first past the post system that's heavily leveraged in favour of blocks or, for example, Democracy, Northland, that get voters to vote in terms of a party and not, or a grouping, instead of the individual and what they've achieved, and that sort of thing is a step backwards, in my view. Thank you.
Councillor Erin Wilson-Collins.
I'd like to move an amendment, please.
Like to move an amendment?
I would like to add D back in.
Sorry?
I'd like to add D into the motion.
D. Okay.
I'll second that.
You can't.
You've
already spoken.
Okay, so we have an amendment there.
So Mr. Mayor, we have an amendment that's been moved. We need a seconder for the amendment.
We have a seconder, councillor Panero, second.
Councillor Panero can't because she's spoken on the motion.
She can't because she's spoken on the motion.
Second it, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Councillor Vincent, okay.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, thank you. Just referencing Councillor Panero's points, I think that.
Second. We're in the middle of an amendment.
Okay, we start. So through you, Mr. Mayor, if I can just sort of clarify where everybody's at. So we've got an amendment that's moved and seconded. So it starts again. You can speak to the amendment. You're gonna, and this, that needs to be amendment before you go back to the main motion.
Yeah, all right.
Okay, so it's about the amendment now.
So the mover of the amendment speaks to.
If you wish, yeah.
Yeah, councillor Erin Wilson-Collins.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to add the point D in because and I'll speak only to point D now because I can speak to the other point B when, it's this, gets back to it. So I wanted to add point D back in. We've had the briefings from Dale Osofsky and the electoral review, and I think there's been some really good points made already today that there's possibly not going to be a big change in population with the growth is happening, and I think that's a really valid point. The representation review was done 3 years ago and 3 years previous to that. So there's been a lot of cost to our ratepayers in doing those representation reviews previously. I do think that in another 6 years' time, it would definitely be a requirement. And I can see a lot of change happening in our district then. But I think for now, being financially prudent, the cost of the 20 to 30,000, I think that was quoted this morning, is probably a good reason for us to make the decision today rather than delay any further. And so I brought that back into today's motion.
Thank you, councillor Wilson.
Collins.
Councillor Panero.
Do I get a?
Sorry, councillor Vincent.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I was just trying to scurry through standing orders to know if I had a speaking right or not. Yeah, I suppose from my perspective, I thought we had already covered this off in our previous briefing, so I don't see any particular merit in going round the rounds again. We've already covered this off. Let's get on and deal with it.
Sorry, I'm having real trouble hearing this roof.
Sorry.
Making it difficult. Okay. Councillor Panero.
Yes, I just obviously lend my support to the amendment to the substantive motion. The points raised earlier about the population now it's at a stagnating level. The cost that we've actually already charged ratepayers previously by doing representation reviews before they were actually formally due. So we've already actually added extra costs to the ratepayers previously. This council's about minimising costs and certainty to ratepayers as to costs, especially in this economic climate that we're in. We've already had it at a previous briefing. That would require us to go back to another briefing, discuss the point further when we can Yeah, settle on it today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nail is next. Followed by
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can we put that amendment on the screen? I'm quite far off, can't see it.
It just says not to undertake another representative review.
Okay, thank you.
We'll
I
bring,
think it makes sense.
we'll bring it up for you, Councillor Nail. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Do that,
Agrees to introduce the first past or. What is or? Can you take off the or? The B one? Yeah. Agrees to introduce the first past electoral system for agrees not to undertake.
Excuse me, but at this point, we've got B and D, haven't we?
It's the amendment, yes.
Yeah.
So why can't you add the D language to B and have no D?
Separate issues, I think, yeah.
No, it will be one judgment. I think it's confusing to have two together. I don't know. But anyway, all I'm saying, yes, it's a good decision to not muck around and make a decision today. Thank you.
Councillor Larson.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. I just had a question, if that was okay. What is the last date by which council has to make a decision on doing or not doing a representation review? I see in the report on page 13 that we have until the 12th of September to make a decision on our voting system. Is that the same date or is it a different date?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to hand over to our electoral services here. We have to do it every 3 years. We last did it in 2021. So we just need to confirm the correct date there.
Yeah, if a further representation review is undertaken, 1st of March 2024 is the earliest date for an initial proposal, and the 31st of August 2024 is the last date for the initial proposal. That's if council does undertake a representation review this time.
So we're in July 2023 and we're being asked whether we want to make a decision to not have one. What is the last date that we can make the decision to have one or not have one?
Well, 31st of August would be the last date to submit an initial proposal, but well prior to that, if the representation arrangements review is to be undertaken, there's a fair amount of consultation and administrative work that would have to go in. So well in advance of that 31st of August date.
31st of August, what year?
2024.
So we're over a year ahead of ourselves then in making this decision if we proceed with locking that down today then.
Well, 31st of August 2024 is that's the last legal date for an initial proposal.
Yes, and so if we made a decision in February 2024, we'd have plenty of lead in, is that correct?
Yeah, so the earliest legal date for that initial proposal isn't until the 1st of March 2024.
Okay, thank you. I'm happy to speak to the amendment if that's okay, Your Worship. Yeah, I'm quite happy to leave that decision on whether we do or don't do a representation review until next year. Quite frankly, I don't think we need to be rushing into that decision. Things may change. We're coming into a general election, a huge amount of uncertainty to get through yet. So there's no need to rush into it. I think we should go ahead with changing to the first past the post system, which we're required to decide by the 12th of September 2023. As far as having whether we decide to undertake or not undertake a representation review, we don't have to really make a decision about that until next year to go through a proper consultation process. And in fact, as we've just heard, that doesn't get finalised until August 2024. So I'm happy to vote against the amendment on that basis. Thank you.
So Howard?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would offer my support of what Councillor Larson has just said. I think that we've also talked about flexibility as a council, and I agree. I was quite happy originally to not have that decision made now. I don't think we need to. I don't see any reason to move forward now. And that allows us flexibility.
Okay, councillor. Anyone else wish to speak there? I want to reiterate those words too. I don't think rushing in some of these decisions is a good thing. Things can change. I agree with councillor Larson. I will not be voting for the amendment. Any further before we go back to the person that put the motion? Any further?
Yes. There's no right of reply, Mr. Mayor, on an amendment.
Sorry?
There's no right of reply, but thank you for offering.
Oh, okay.
So we can go straight to the vote.
Right. So put that to the vote. Someone else wants to have a say?
Can you recall, please? The vote.
Okay. All right. All those in favour say aye, raise their hand.
Could we just clarify what it is that we're voting on, just for everybody?
Voting on item B and
No.
Item D, I believe.
No, we're voting just on the amendment, which is to include paragraph D. Well, I'm just seeking clarification here to make sure we know what we're voting it for. So it's just the amendment.
Just the amendment, okay.
Sorry, could I just, there seems to be some confusion. I'm not sure why, Your Worship. Could I just ask that people understand that if the amendment fails, that we then will be reverting to the substantive motion, which was just B, and that we would then vote on that. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct.
Thank you.
Okay, so we are voting here on D, not B.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, point of clarification. We are voting on the amendment, which is both B and D.
But if it fails, we then revert back to just B.
Yes, correct.
Not going to lose B if you vote no.
Okay, let's go.
But also, actually, just my understanding is that if, say, the amendment is carried, then we revert to the substantive motion, which includes the amendment, and so it's, I suppose, paragraphs B and D then for the final motion. Is that not correct?
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor. So we have an amendment on the table. You've been asked to vote on the amendment, which would be B and D. That's the amendment to include D. If that fails, then you go back to the substantive motion, which was B only. If the amendment passes, then you could still go back to the substantive motion, which becomes B and D, and you get to vote on that again.
Okay.
I was confused.
Understood. Thank you. See, Maris, clarifies it for everybody. Okay, so we'll go to the vote here. All those in favour, raise their hand and say aye.
Aye.
Have we got?
I call for a division.
What do you call it?
Division.
A division, yeah.
You can't.
Lana's going to do that.
Okay.
This is division on the amendment, okay?
On the amendment, yeah. So essentially,
Who's calling it?
can we have a division?
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
Ash, all right, so.
I'm
in favour of this when he's.
Hang on, we'll call for division. Let's do the division.
Councillor Howard,
Against.
Councillor Lambeth,
For.
Councillor Larson,
Again.
Councillor Manderson,
Against.
Councillor Nair,
against.
Councillor Peniora,
For.
Councillor Vincent,
For.
Councillor Williams,
For.
Councillor Wilson Collins.
For.
Thank you.
Against.
I don't think Ash understands this vote.
Mr. Mayor, I believe that's a tied vote,
Correct.
which means the amendment fails.
Amendment fails. So then we go back to the substantive.
That's correct.
Okay. So as we proposed initially, We go straight to a vote or we discuss?
Most people have spoken to it. There is a right of reply that's available.
My right of reply.
There was right of reply. And for those who haven't spoken to it.
I haven't spoken to the substantive.
I haven't.
So Councillor Vincent hasn't spoken to the substantive motion, so councillors can speak.
I would like to say something.
Certainly.
Okay, just to share some of my experience in the electoral frame. In that a couple of elections ago, I actually stood for the Kaiwaka Award of the Northland Regional Council unsuccessfully, 3 out of 5, something like that. And there was that's where the regional council vote was first past the post. And then we had, there would have been District Health Board, STV, Kaiwaka District Council, STV, all on the one voting paper. And there was a spike in informal votes in relation to the regional council votes very clearly in the Kaiwaka Award regional council. And that to me would indicate a degree of confusion between for voters where there's two different systems in operation. And that's why I asked the question earlier about regional council's approach was. And if they had already made their decision, well, I would have gone with whatever they went with to be less confusing for the voters. We, as elected members, have to make decisions without all the information. And so I guess in that situation, while I think that STV is a better approach in terms of a better reflection of people's wishes, for the sake of simplicity, I guess I'd have to vote for first past the post unenthusiastically. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor, was there another one there?
Those who haven't spoken can speak to the motion, Mr Mayor. I think that's Councillor Wilson Collins hasn't spoken. Main motion.
I think I had to.
You spoke first during
early on. Councillor Manderson, have a say.
Councillor Manderson hasn't spoken either.
Councillor Manderson, your turn.
Thank you. I favour getting it absolutely as simple as possible. Kaiwaka can distinguish itself from most of New Zealand by being simple, straightforward and productive. And every one of these STV and other so-called brilliant schemes just increases the number of people that don't understand what's going on fully. They don't understand who was for it, who was against it, and the difference between what they thought were the number of votes casted and the number of votes has been recorded. So I strongly go for the first past the post. Keep it simple, stupid.
Okay, thank you very much. So back to the mover of the original motion, which is me, is it?
Councillor Wilson Collins.
Oh, I have to do. There you go. Wilson Collins.
And I confuse things. But I do get to speak to this motion too. So I haven't been voting for as long as most of the people around the table. And in 2004, when STV came in, it was only the second time that I was voting in the local elections. And as a young person back then, I miss those days, I loved the idea of STV, and I appreciated the concept that I didn't have to choose just one candidate. I was able to spread my vote across different candidates. And so maybe if my most preferred candidate didn't get in, then at least somebody that I wanted to see in that position possibly could have got the role. So as a voter, it was a great system. And I obviously don't mix in the same circles as those around the table, because the people that I've spoken to about our voting system really appreciate, for those same reasons, the STV process. Rather than having one candidate who, yeah, sure, gets all the votes, but actually doesn't get the majority of votes getting the position, you have a more even spread amongst the community, getting their say as to who is in those seats. I believe that gives the voter more ownership of their vote, and it gives them more satisfaction to see who has reached those seats. As an elected member, on the other side of it, other side of the the role. Then I came in as an elected member. And for me, especially this time around, it gives me, as an elected member, it gives me more appreciation for the voters, because then I also know that I haven't just got in on a set number of votes. I'm actually sitting in this seat because there has been a spread across the ward, in our case, who has actually voted for me. And yes, I may not have been their preferred candidate, but they wanted me here on some level, and that's why they put a number in my box when they were voting for me. I really have appreciated STV for those reasons on both sides of the system, and I don't have an issue with understanding how it works. It is complicated. I do agree. It is more complicated than first past the post, but I see it as a more diverse way of getting the voting voted by the constituents and the seat filled by the elected member. The comments made, I really appreciate the comments made during the debate about despite all the choices, there's actually still confusion. So I'm disappointed to read the room and hear that we're going to change STV after all these years back to first past the post, when there is a suggestion that STV may be required to be used in the future as well. So that's going to create some even more confusion, possibly for our residents. I do appreciate that there are people that haven't grasped the concept of it, and that is still an education to go on. And if we had stayed with STV, maybe by the time it possibly gets legislated, then our constituents would be experts at it by then, hopefully. Like they would have had a really good education run on it, having been using it for over 20 years. So it was seen at its time, as I recall, back in 2004, it was seen as an advance to a voting system, an advancement. And so I will be voting against this motion because I see this as going backwards. Thank you.
Thank you. So all elected members have had a response. So
Not me, sir.
yes, you have, Councillor Mayor.
Previous Mayor, Councillor Mayor, you have spoken to the motion.
Not the substantive one. Can you put it on the table, please?
I know the substantive one was spoken to originally.
No. Now, are we voting on B, or I need to see that before I make my choice? If you could, I wanted to speak. I mean, I'm voting for. Just to say that I am voting for first past post for it, because we are standing for the educated, uneducated, the people who can't know ABC, but they know how to tick. So yeah, but I need to see it. Okay, thank you. So we are voting for B. Yeah, for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mayor. So I hope the movers write a reply. I will be voting for the motion. I think I had so much feedback in the previous election regarding people being absolutely confused about how things are derived. I think it's a simple system that people can understand. So all those in favour, raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Against?
Against. Can I have my vote recorded, please?
Carried. Right, part of the day is
You just say it out loud.
5.2. Which is private plan change 84 Mangawhai Hills Limited. Decision to adopt, accept or reject the plan change or determine it as a resource consent. And presenting this is Paul Anders and Catherine Overwater.
Do we have a mover?
Can I have a mover for that, please? And so Vincent, seconder. Councillor, seconder. Over.
Put it on there.
Thank you.
Your Worship, councillors, thank you very much. This is the fifth private plan change that Kaipara has in terms of the present operative district plan. The first one was Mangawhai Central. The second one was the racecourse. Third one is Heights in Dargaville. And then we have the rise that we spoke about last week, and this time it is Mangawhai Hills. Now, this land is just located west of the present Mangawhai, previously known as Franklinton Farm, and the person who has bought the property wants to develop there in a large lot type of development.
I might have to declare a conflict of interest on this.
So what's the problem?
Sorry, I've just realised I have to declare a conflict of interest. That wasn't apparent to me.
Can you note that, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Then the application was lodged on the 5th of March 2023, and additional information was requested in terms of clause 23, and we received most of that information on the 3rd of April, and the application was completed by the 24th of May 2023. The total application consists of 15 reports. I've only attached the Section 32 report because it gives a good summary of what the application is about. The proposal is for a development of about 600 residential lots. Most important is that 500 of these lots will be serviced by a private wastewater scheme, and another 100 of the 600 is intended to eventually be serviced by the Mangawhai wastewater scheme. Now, this particular application or this particular report is only a procedural report. It is not contents. It is just to get the process working further. And what is in front of you is the decision in terms of clause 25, where council can either adopt the plan change, in other words, it becomes a public plan change and council will take it over and will process the whole plan change at ratepayers' costs. The second alternative is to accept the plan change, and I have to say immediately, accept does not mean approve. It is just to accept it. It remains a private plan change and it be processed through the process of hearings, etc. And eventually it will come back to council for a decision to either approve or decline the application. The third alternative is to reject this particular application. However, in terms of the Act, there are very few reasons why council can reject or consider to reject the plan change. Firstly, if you are of the opinion that it is frivolous or vexatious. The second one is if there was a plan change within the past 2 years. The third one is it is not sound resource management practice and specifically refers to Part 5 of the Act, which deals with national policy statements, with the policies of the district plan and those high-level documents. The further reason for objection is if the operative plan was not operative for at least 2 years. We are of the opinion that none of these particular aspects regarding to the reasons for rejections are applicable in this particular case. The last decision or the last alternative, the fourth alternative is that the application be changed to a resource consent. Now, there was a resource consent on this particular application for a subdivision of 79 lots. That application has been withdrawn in favour of developing it as a plan change as such. So, Mr. Chairman, the important part is, again, I have to stress that it is not now to approve or reject it, decline it, but to make a decision either to adopt or to accept or to reject or change it to a resource consent. The if you decide to accept it or adopt it, there is still the opportunity to adopt or accept it in part or in whole. Staff's recommendation is that this application be accepted in whole and that it be notified. So, Mr. Chairman, any questions? Quite happy to answer those.
Any questions from elected members? Councillor.
If we accept it and it goes through, it still stays in private ownership. There's a private sector being along with it, and they would have to prove to the council that they can manage those lots as far as future septic goes. If we adopt it, then am I correct in saying that then it would be dumped on us as a council solely?
It would.
Yeah.
Councillor Naya.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick question on is the fifth plan change as you mentioned, 4 in Mangawhai. I'm quite conscious of the fact that at some point we have to provide the wastewater if we accept it. And my question to you is, any private plan, because they went for resource consent, they thought maybe it's a greener ground to go for the whole zone change. These applications for private plan change, which we are getting, my question is, how much in terms of time and cost it involved to the council? Thank you.
The question is the cost of the development or the cost of the application?
The application process and the cost of time and whatever we are doing. We go to all those things, we go to environmental code and all those kind of things. So I need to know that we are just going helter-skelter in terms of accepting, because the option is either to adopt, which is very expensive, accept is the middle ground, but there should be some cost to it, isn't it? I'm just thinking everyone in the whole district should go from rural to residential. You're sitting on tons of money. Does it cost anything?
You have a question there, Ash?
Yes. How much it costs in terms of time to consult? One application. This one.
The cost of the application, if we accept this application, remains the cost of the applicant. They have to pay all the costs. They have to pay the staff time that is being used, the commissioners that will be appointed, as well as any detailed reports that we require would be uncharged to the applicant. So the full cost of the application will remain the responsibility of the applicant. If we would approve, if we would adopt it, then all those costs would be on council, on the ratepayers. And at this particular point in time, the applications more or less would cost in the vicinity of about $100,000, as well as all the detailed technical reports, which could go up to $900,000 in practical terms. So that is one of the reasons why we also recommend that it should be accepted rather than adopted.
Thank you. Councillor Manderson.
Thank you. Through you, I can really only glimpse corners of this. I understand and ask, is this zoning rural and not already zoned residential? Is this perhaps going to overload the council's abilities? Why have we not got an independent, fully independent, supportive advice? It seems to me that many parties here have got a vested interest in obfuscating the advantages, if any, to the ratepayers. I don't have a problem with it being advantageous to the applicants. That's their business. But I do wonder why we have a situation where we don't currently have sufficiently zoned residential land.
Have you got a question there?
Thank you. Yeah, that'll do.
Thank you.
Through Mr. Mayor, just to answer Councillor Mendes' question. So this is an administrative step, as the staff have outlined. There's no merit either way on the application or the proposal. The zoning is the zoning.
Is that why the applicants have this application here?
It comes through to go through the next process whereby
they should be certified.
If you agree to it, then they will follow the next steps and get hearings, that sort of thing, consultation, as it's outlined in the report.
Okay, Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Point of clarification for me as much as anything else. Do we, as elected members, do we get to have further discussion on this, or does that go to the commissioners?
Mr. Chairman, what will happen, what normally happens is that we will notify the application, we'll get all the submissions, then we will come back to council for the appointment of commissioners. You can appoint all the committee panel, or normally we recommend 3 commissioners. Those commissioners, and that is a decision that you can make, they can hear the application and decide, or they can hear and recommend. Now, in most of the cases with plan changes, the decision is to hear and recommend. So that recommendation of the commissioners comes back to council. We have to remember that council has not been part or has not been, or you as elected members have not been sitting into that commission. So you can ask the commissioners all sorts of questions, but eventually they have heard all the evidence and their recommendation would stand very, very strongly. You can refer it back to them for certain reconsiderations, etc. But yes, you have that opportunity. In many cases, for resource consents, the decision is the commissioner can hear and decide. That is then a final decision of the commissioner, becomes a decision of council. But in plan changes, 99% of the plan changes that I've been dealing with, it is hear and recommend, comes back to council.
All good question, good answer. Councillor Vincent.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Would it be right too that there would be a staff report prepared, like Section 43 report, where the implications for council are perhaps further elaborated?
The Section 42A report will be, before the hearing takes place, will be finalised. And in that particular case, in most cases, we use an independent consultant under our lead to actually prepare those documents, and we can get independent experts on services, etc., to assist us to actually prepare that staff report.
I did have a second question, if you wouldn't mind, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, and this may be going a little bit beyond the scope of this administrative decision, but I'm just, because we're in uncertain times, I'm just interested, assuming Three Waters gets cemented in place, what are the implications, say, if, as someone raised before, the question that firstly, can there be a private communal scheme? Secondly, what are the implications for either council or entity A, whatever it is, if that scheme fails?
In terms of all the waters legislation, people have, as if they provide their own services, have to register as a service provider within that particular entity as such. So we have gone through this particular process with Mangawhai Central as well and got the legal opinions on that aspect, and because they are going to provide water, for argument's sake, they have to register as a service provider with that entity that will be established.
So then, just for clarification, that means that should there be a failure in future, and I realise this is with several steps ahead, that wouldn't necessarily come back to the council so much as it would come back to entity A.
Correct.
Thank you.
A further question from Mr. Manderson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I see in the report a paragraph, and I just question and ask whether it is correct. It says the private plan change seeks to rezone the operative district scheme from a rural zoning to a residential zone and apply a bespoke precinct and to adapt the residential chapter of the operative district's plan in respect to the rules that affect the private plane area. So I ask, is this not a fundamental change without an independent report? Because it's being promoted by our planning department. And yeah, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's not been promoted by the planning department. I don't need to make that point, Councillor Manderson. This is an application from a private developer for a private plan change. And this is an administrative step, which is about the fourth one or third one that this council has done to make it go to the next step, which will be subject to hearings, consultation, decision making.
However, if I was to comment on that, it's being presented to us that it makes no change and brings it back into the control of council. It actually takes it out of the control of council into a new ballpark where the zoning of the underlying land is changed.
Thank you, Councillor Manderson. We might be able to have a further comment when we have statements. Councillor Larson.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. You just in the introduction, you referred to 5 private plan changes, and the first of those being my central under the operative plan. And this isn't exactly related to this item, but just for clarification, because we have another item that's happening at the moment in relation to a previous private plan change 3 North City developments. So I understand council adopted on the 14th of August 2017 under the operative plan.
That was, yes, on the operative plan. Yes, you're correct.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, there's a statement. Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I think we've covered the ground pretty well. I would just like to compliment the staff on their effort in getting this in front of us in the time frame they have, given everything else that's going on that is requiring staff time. So I really appreciate that, and I think this is while the magnitude of this plan changes is really significant. It's an easy decision for us to be making at this time as it's been set out for us. So yeah, I'm happy to endorse the recommendation. Thank you.
Councillor Vincent. Councillor Howard, second statement.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll endorse Councillor Mark's comments here, and I think that perhaps it's well, it's not the first, as you said. There's been a number of them, and just another reflection that there is demand coming thick and fast, and some of it across the whole district, which is great to see. But in this case, over the Mangawhai side, and I think that it just must embolden us to be more and even more vigilant on the managed process of growth as we go through, as we can through a briefing of commissioners ultimately and our challenging of outcomes that may come. So it's the cost of progress, shall we say.
Councillor Naya.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, I lost the connection for a while, so I missed a lot of it. But all I want to say here is while there is a process, I got to be more vigilant, as Councillor Howard said. This is, if I get it right, proposal also include that there is responsibility for connecting a few hundred from Mangawhai wastewater scheme as well. And I think we have only a couple of hundred left. So I am worried so much for Mangawhai more than anyone else. I think we gotta think we should have a vision. Even if we have a process, we should have a vision on the back of mind. Thank you for that.
Any other elected members wish to speak? Councillor Rachel Williams.
Thank you through the chair. Yeah, while this is a procedural decision, it still, to me, you know, brings to mind the infrastructure and everything that goes in that's needed. And it would be nice to be ahead of the game in that rather than behind it in some of these instances. So I share Councillor Nayer's concerns for Mangawai, and I'm glad that we get to have another process through this as elected members to look at what comes back to us from the commissioners, because I think we have to be really mindful of, you know, overgrowing an area as well. So just to be mindful of that. Thank you.
Councillor Erin Wilson.
What she said.
Thank you. Other elected members wish to speak before we have the movers right to reply? Okay, Councillor Vincent.
Nothing to add, Mr Mayor.
Nothing to add. Okay, let's move to the vote. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Against? Okay, motion carried. Let's break for some lunch. At have an hour for it? Half an hour. Okay, let's come back at All right, back in our lunch. We're back in action for our meeting 26th July 2023. And next up, our agenda is the Kaiwaka McClean Gibbons Road Development Agreement, which will be presented by Jenny Rooney and
Byrne.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, do you want to get a mover and a seconder?
Sure. Can I have a mover for that? Councillor Larson. A seconder? Yep. Councillor Howard. Thank you.
The first paper that Fleur and I are presenting today is the application from Kaiwaka for the development agreement for McCleans Park, Gibbons Road. Your approval of the development agreement and the license and further license to occupy if the development agreement is completed within 2 years. Just for a couple of points of clarification, I noted when Kaiwaka were presenting that they asked a question around DOC and whether DOC had approved the proposal. We have a concession already approved with DOC for that land development, so they're well aware of what about, and they've also been out and walked the land as well. And also St John's, been in contact with St John's, and St John's in principle approve any use of the land adjacent to the park, them to develop as well. From there, table our paper is read, and if you have any questions for either Fleur or myself.
Okay, any questions from staff, from elected members, please? Councillor Williams.
Thank you, through the chair. When you just said 2 years, then that's not when all of the works have to be completed, or is it be the years and it has to be completed, then they go for a...
So they automatically would go over to a license to occupy. So a development agreement is for a 2-year period. However, as they get closer to that 2-year period, if there was still bits that need to be completed, then we would negotiate that with them in an extended time if needed.
Okay.
Usually it's 2 years.
Further questions? Okay, thank you very much. Whoever's tabled, Mr. Larson.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, thanks to the staff for putting this together for that group. I think quite good momentum there in tidying up that central part of Kaiwaka and getting all those strategic linkages in there, which this park really forms part of that. It allows you to get around the whole of Kaiwaka from east to west at both ends of town without having to get across the dangerous State Highway 1. And the piece of land is also the part of McClean Park is right there beside the shop, so it provides a good safe place for kids to be able to play if it gets developed as intended, be able to keep an eye on them without getting up to mischief out of the public eye. So yeah, I think that's obviously something that the group want to do, is proceed with formalising this, and hopefully it helps them to see if they can attract external funding and get on with developing the site. Thank you.
Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think that we've got here in under background is committed to the vision of thriving communities working together, and I think that this little piece with the generosity of the previous owners, Mr. McClean, is a great way for Kaiwaka to develop, and I think that I personally have plenty of aspiration to see Kaiwaka develop way further, but this is a really good step along the way that I think we should be supporting and facilitating with the LTO as easily as possible.
Anyone else wish to speak? Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I'd just like to add my voice to. It seems to me it's a really good location, sort of pretty central. And of course, Councillor Larson said what to me is a magic word about external funding or something. And that's where I think if you've got an enthusiastic community group, they do have a good track record of being able to perform and results. So I think it would be in good hands. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Williams.
Thank you through the chair. Yeah, I fully support what Kaiwaka Can are wanting to do. I actually met with David right when I was campaigning, and he was telling me about the plans for it and some other things that that they want to do for Kaiwaka. So it was great to see him today presenting, and they've got a plan and they're moving forward in development. So yeah, full support.
Thank you. Councillor Naya.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm quite delighted as well. Actually, I was on that breakfast table as well with you, Rachel. All I'm saying is it's great to see things like this happening where people donate their land and council is supportive of it. So I think it's because we saw it in Bailey Beach where we do meet at the community center. And now we see it here. We should go all out to help them, barring the fact that during this process, there might be financial issues and all. And I think we should support them all through. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Paniora.
Yeah, just quickly want to agree with all the sentiments. This is really positive development for the community and one which I endorse. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I actually met with Richard and David a month or so ago. And I see this as a key piece of the interlocking of one side of the highway to the other. Because you know, they've got an underpass there, and I think that the location is particularly good. And it'll be a really good asset for some of the kids over there when they want to go skating and stuff. So yeah, I'm very supportive. Thank you. Movers Water Pie.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just to clarify something there, the man who has given the land to council, his name is John McClean, M-C-L-E-A-N, or even the reports he's McCleans. So, that gives some credit to the chair as well, David Wright, who negotiated that gifting. Well, it's a sale actually for 10 cents. And you know, that he's had a long association with John McClean because he used to work for him on the dairy farm when he was a young guy. And John's parents, as you may or may not know, actually gifted the other McClean Park on the other side of State Highway 1. So there's quite a historic edge there for them. And just really think it's a wonderful thing for John to have done at this stage of his life, is to have a piece of land there that he probably, quite frankly, could have sold for commercial purposes, and someone could have used it right in the middle of town there. There's no one to give it to the community and let it be developed. The community want it. Be great. Thank you.
A great development. Okay, we'll put it to the vote. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? Motion carried. Thank you. We move on to 5.4, Kelly's Bay Improvement Society Incorporated Licence to Occupy. We have a recommendation there. Someone like to? Would someone like to second it? Councillor Lambert. Okay, so we've got Julian Fleur. Thank you.
Kia ora again. This paper is for the Kelly's Bay Improvement Society. They've made an application for a licence to occupy of the Kelly's Bay Hall. And today we're seeking your approval for that licence to occupy for a tenure of 15 years with the right of renewal. We'll take it that the paper is read, and if you'd like to ask us any questions.
Councillor Paniora.
Thank you through the chair. Just questions for clarifications. So it talks about the official society.
Yes.
Kelly's Bay Improvement Society, but then it says to be referred to as the community hub throughout the documents. So just clarification, does that mean as the party to the license to occupy, or does it mean that it'll still be the Kelly's Bay Improvement Society as the licensee, and then they're informally referred to as
The hub.
Community hub?
Hub will be the hall, and so we've referred to it as a hall, which is what we know it as. It will be called the hub in the actual license to occupy.
But not as the official licensee?
No.
Yeah. Maybe Improvement Society?
Yes.
So second question that I have is, I had a look at the Incorporated Societies Register, and as far as I'm aware, they haven't submitted any financial statements since 2015, so would be deemed after 2 years to be in the process of being removed. So I would think that it would need to have a look at considering what the status of charitable status is, and have those brought up to date before we consider, you know, them as having that when they don't currently have it unofficially. The second question that I have is, like, is there any reason why it has to be an LTO, and why the committee can't just continue to manage it without the need to have an LTO in place? It's just that that was a community hub during the cyclone, and it was really important to have that there, and that there have been discussions, I understand, with the community and civil defence to have some funding allocated to that facility to allow it to be you know, potentially evacuation centre or the like. So I'm just a little bit worried that locking us into an LTO might have, potential. Can you answer?
Through the chair, just for the civil defence pass, we have got other community groups that are under LTOs or leases with us that are still evac centres. So it doesn't change, you know, it's not necessarily going to change that.
And so can that be a term of the LTO, that as far as we need to rely on it for?
So I think generally it's through on good faith with our community groups, you know what I mean, that we are able to use them from a civil defence point of view, but there's nothing to say, I guess, that we couldn't put something in a licence for them.
Through the chair, we're both in civil defence, both Fleur and myself. I need to say it.
Very adjourned until this passes over, because I can't hear a thing either. I'm sure if we just wait a minute or so, it'll go through.
We get microphones next time?
With respect, Your Worship, sign language is an official language and can be used.
Careful what you wish for.
Headphones.
Expensive.
Somehow with no end, huh?
Where is that material?
Get interruptions of all sorts, acts of God, people.
Suspecting so with the charitable trust, what's happened is the last one dissolved. I like that.
Supposed to be generally.
No, that I didn't realise, so I didn't want to highlight the dissolving.
Cool, so just to hone my point further, what I've read from the paper doesn't require us to supply an LTO. Like, it doesn't, they can continue to do what they're requesting without an LTO, but then are we restricting ourselves and using it, you know, council stepping in during events such as we've seen? Are we then restricting ourselves by entering into an LTO? And then one other point before I forget is that there's no registered officers on the society's register. So who have you been meeting with and talking with from the Kelly's Bay incorporated society, because there's no one officially in charge of that according to the, yeah.
Through the chair, the group had, when the campground lease terminated, they appointed a new chair, which is Wayne Thompson. So that's who we've been working with, and two other new members of the group. We will go back, I've noted around going back and making sure that they re-register if that's what they need to do. And also we'd look at, in terms of civil defence, that we still work with them. They're a very proactive community group, and they're really wanting to do the best for the community and retain the hall. And so in terms of a licence to occupy is what they've asked for as well. The licence to occupy to protect it and to be able to keep it within the community and not have it that it needs to be removed or anything like that.
Okay, Councillor Nair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is, I'm just refreshing my memory. When I was campaigning, there was someone who contacted me about the campground being closed and I should go and visit it. And by the looks of it, my question is related to more on like what's the story with the campground? Is it the same people who wanted to let it continue when the council decided to close it? Or are they different people? Are you there?
Thank you.
Yeah, I guess through the chair. So our licence today is just on the hall and the licence to the hall. The campground is a separate matter, which council at the moment are working on a strategy for all our campgrounds. So that's when you'll hear more about Cully's Bay campground. As said today, we're here to talk about just the hall there.
So why don't we make it together? Why the two separate things?
Through the chair, the people who were managing the campground did not want to retain the hall, and the community, when the consultation's been out with the community also don't want to retain the campground under their management. So it's just the hall area that they would like to maintain.
Councillor Lambeth.
So my understanding, I know the people who managed it for years and years, they put their heart and soul into it, and then something happened which broke their heart basically, and they gave it up. Now, we're going to have two separate license to occupy. You're just talking about the building itself, or you're talking about the whole lot? Because the whole lot takes over all the campground, and there's two lots here which are amalgamated. Am I correct?
Yeah, I'm not sure, but it's definitely through the chair. It's definitely only the hall and a 1 metre curtilage around the hall.
The next question is the hall, okay, how am I going to put this? I don't want two groups squabbling, one looking after the campground and one that looks after the hall. There are times when both are integrated into the same use, and that's where my concern is. If we create two empires, and
That's what's going to happen.
yeah, we need things to work together down there, yes. But from my understanding, what you're telling me, that you can't get anyone who's interested in looking after both.
No, that's correct. There is people interested in looking after both. Those have been sent to Hainan, and they were told that there'll be people review or a plan undertaken later on. Those have been sent to Hainan, and they were told that.
Stop repeating yourself.
Who's saying it?
So Councillor Panura has pointed out that there are other interested parties on this land as a whole, or?
Yeah, and which would pay a lease to council instead of council having to maintain it, was sent to.
Okay.
Maybe Ainham can elaborate. There's actually a number of 2 or 3.
Through the chair, when Fleur and myself and John Burt are not aware of that.
Well, they stopped the request because apparently there's a review being undertaken into the campground.
That was for the campground, the strategy there, not the hall's separate to that.
There's a review being undertaken into the campground.
That was for the campground, the strategy there, not the hall's separate to that.
John, I think you've got your set up so it's coming back at us? Try that.
Sorry, I'll mute myself.
Weird.
Okay, so through you, Mr. Mayor, so I think the answer is that this is separate from the campground. The campground was going to go through a separate process. This is just about the hall.
Yes.
The LTO for the hall. We would not be recommending that the LTO for the hall and the campground be combined.
Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Two quick questions out of this. We're talking about a period of 15 years for the LTO. A, is that a standing for an LTO in the KDC area? And B, I guess following on from other conversation, are we happy that these people will have the sustainability to manage it for that whole 15 years, or should we consider a lesser time with renewals?
Through the chair, they can have up to 30 years.
Yep, I know.
Yeah, so and renewal and increments that we discussed with them. They've come back with 15, which is our proposal. Yes, it is up to us how long they have. We can make it shorter if that's better way, 5 and 5, that type of stuff. Yeah.
So that could be done.
Definitely.
Okay. And is 15, I appreciate the 30 as a base, but is 15 very common in terms of setting with other entities with an LTO?
Through the chair, there's a range of different tenures. So there's no standard practice. Okay. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, can you back me a little bit about the how things work out there? The Kelly's Bay Improvement Society, that's people that live there, right? Pretty much.
Or have beach houses.
Okay, what sort of numbers are out there in that community that use that hall?
I'd have to go back through the chair and find that out, confirm that for you. The community use the hall. Sorry, I thought you meant in terms of how many people live there.
Councillor Nair, then Councillor Paturiri.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I would like to have more information and actually go and see and talk to those people if there are other people interested. We don't make a decision barring some people which may be more knowledgeable and, as someone pointed out, might have given it up because I think there was a lingering issue with the deadline, with the concept. And I'm not even sure how it was handled and how it was put to bid. So I would like more information before I make my decision. Thank you.
Also, Paturiri.
Yeah, just going back to my point that I think that we should actually look into the society, make sure that they're back up and running as a charitable trust, because that's really important, and who's accountable and responsible, the trustees, because who you've been speaking to are not legitimately, so they're not legitimate, you're just speaking to members of the public. What they're requesting that the hall be hired out and used by the community can continue to happen without the need for a licence to occupy. A licence to occupy is usually when, you know, they're having full autonomy over it, but this is very much a facility that all of the community can use. So yeah, I just don't quite understand why the push for a licence to occupy. I mean, I know that there's lots of funding that's coming out that's been earmarked for that building to run it as a, you know, as a reserve community evacuation hub, which is why they want it referred to as a community hub, because that's what the funding, yeah. But anyway, it would be good to get a lot more of that before we enter into a 15-year LTO. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Lamb.
Yeah, I just want to go over with the fishing competitions, everything they had, when there's a crossover and all that, I don't want two empires happen over what they can do. And I think we could actually create more of a problem than we're going to solve. So, yeah.
I'm trying to read the room here, but I'm just wondering whether I should put a procedural motion through that we let this lie on the table and get some more info.
Written, yeah, no.
Because people are asking what I think are important.
I'll second that.
Second that?
Yeah.
Okay. All those in favour say aye.
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 Carried.
Thank you.
Okay, road name. 5.5, that only brought into me. That's all. Okay, the next item on our agenda. 5.5, road naming application approval. We have Debbie Ravji. Have I pronounced that right, Debbie?
That's correct.
Thank you. And Lloyd Barton. Have I move it for this, please?
I'd like to move it, but with a change that I don't know whether it carried through from the suggestion of Councillor Vincent that we use British English, American English, and on that basis.
Through the chair, I have,
Sorry, carry on.
through the chair, I have spoken to the developer and he would be happy to change it to the English, not the American.
Okay, so we've got do we have a seconder?
No.
Councillor Howard. Okay, go for it. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm seeking approval, road namings for two developments. One is Mangawhai Central and the three names are Centreway Road, spelt the English way, not the American, Main Street and North Base Drive. Then the second application is from F&B Blackmore, Oyster Lane and Founder Road. And you will see the application, hopefully you've had a chance to read the application and if there are any questions for me, I have got some from Councillor Vincent, which I'm happy to answer if he would like. Okay, so through the chair, the first question was about the road naming of Centreway being English to American. We've had the approval from the developer to change that. And one of the reasons he wants Centreway Road is that it's going to be the heart of the development. It is in the current stages of 1 and 2, and it's going to go through to 4 and 5. So this is the main road right through the development to all the housing that will be being created there. The other question was about the Blackmore application. Would they prefer Māori versus English names? Spoken to the developer. They have spoken to the other stakeholders who have purchased lots there. They have decided that they'd like English, not Māori. And going through the process of asking iwi was just too much for them at this time.
Okay.
And the other one was about the road naming. When is it not a road? The private is a private way. So it gives everyone that is owner of those lots access to their properties.
So it's a private way.
It's a private way, yes.
Thought it would be.
Yes. So those were the questions through Councillor Vincent and
Okay, you ready for questions?
finish the question.
Please. Elected members, Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to follow up on my earlier questions, and thank you for responding so proactively. On the issue of the using the Maori words, I read from the policy that that is only applicable where it's an existing paper road where a formal consultation process was required with iwi and other stakeholders, such as people adjoining that paper road, whereas this here, it actually is a private way that wouldn't trigger the need for consultation. And I guess I also have to wonder if such consultation was required, do you expect that there would have been a fee expected for that consultation?
From iwi?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I wouldn't know that answer.
Okay, I thought you may know that.
No, my understanding is there is no fee, but the chairman is away at the moment for me to get that clarified.
If I can add to that, councillor, through Mr. Mayor. Yeah, it's one of the difficulties we struck was this issue of the time period to do the consultation in terms of the local iwi, which I think is a shame. One thing we're looking at is whether we could have some pre-approved names, and we'll take we'll go and seek those pre-approvals, and then it might be something that developers, can choose from a list of pre-approved names to apply to their development, which might ease that tension between having to do that consultation with iwi and the timing factor for that to happen.
Yeah, I just thought myself, statement later.
Thank you, Councillor Vincent. Councillor Larson.
Don't have a question.
Thank you. You raised your hand, Councillor.
No, I didn't.
Never mind.
Maybe I was stretching.
Anyone else would like to ask any questions? Okay, let's have the mover's statement. Councillor Larson, your turn.
Thank you, Your Worship. I mean, I see this largely as a procedural process of road naming. I'm very much in favour of where there aren't any duplications or matters of confusion, of actually letting the landowner decide what names that they want. And I think that's what's happened here largely, except for a little bit of bias towards dominant English language use. Apart from that, I think it's a pretty simple process. Thank you.
Thank you. Second statement, Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, I've really got very little to add. I would love to have seen something a little bit more creative than Main Street. But I guess it is what it is. And I think that for as long as I've known about Mangawhai Central, there's been a Main Street in there. So these things come around. So no further comment.
Ash, would you like us to? You'll say there?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. All I'm a traveler like yourself with the GPS. I don't like long names and confusion names. I lived on 3 Ellen roads in Auckland. So I don't know. And the one thing I would like to say, as I agree with Councillor Larson, it should be a simple process. It should be the person who built it. And unless there is an opposing argument against it, it should be a very simple process. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishes to make a statement? Councillor Vincent.
Yeah, I just think it's sad. I think Piwakawaka would have been a really nice name. I think Pātiki would also have been a neat name, given that word has a wider coverage than just naming fish. It also names a class of yacht, I believe, and it's in the name of an area in West Auckland or wherever it's North Shore, Kaipātiki. So it has a resonance, and I think I wouldn't want to live somewhere which was called Flounder Place for people floundering around. But I guess, so I can't support, I just think it's naff, to be blunt. I think they could have done better. But it's an administrative decision. I don't think I'll support it.
Okay, my comment was, having undertaken quite a few developments in the street naming, we put a lot of effort and time into putting names through to the council, which were names historic ships and barges and coming into the Mangawhai Harbour, and we got turned down all of them, and we got told what names we would call our streets, and I found that quite an affront at the time, because I think when people develop their land, quite often they want to put names that are familiar to them in terms of their family history and their awareness of the site. So, despite the fact that Flounder doesn't appeal to you, it might appeal to the people that named it for some reason. I don't know, but I think that the landowners should have, within reasonable boundaries. In other words, you wouldn't want to be calling something a name that was offensive. I should have the opportunity to keep their names forward. Okay, Councillor Larson, you have the move as well reply.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I think that, you know, different angles come up with different ideas, and, you know, some things may resonate with some people and some may not resonate with some people. And so I think that when we step into trying to make that judgment ourselves on behalf of the landowner, we're kind of stepping into an area of subjectivity. And, you know, it's a little bit like, you know, I don't know any of these landowners in the smaller one here, but they, you know, they may well have been living there their whole lives or something. It might be their family property. Those might be the words that they use in their everyday language. They might be planning on continuing to live there and having a sense of place and a sense of pride there. So I'm very happy for them to be able to pick their names, and it's a little bit like trying to tell someone else how to pick the name of their pet. You know, they're not going to like that. Let them do it, I say. Thank you.
Okay, let's move to the vote. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those against?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Motion carried. Right, 5.6, which is the Ruawai Adaptive Pathways decision on the recommended community values and pathway objectives. Could we welcome Katie Simon to that item? Michael, by the looks of it.
Good to see you all again. Good afternoon. So I'm here to present a report seeking approval on the Ruawai Community Panel's recommended community values and pathway objectives as part of the Ruawai Adaptive Pathways Community Adaptation Planning Pilot. It's my honor to present this. This is the first decision coming, kind of key decision coming out of Ruawai Adaptive Pathways. So can I get tabled? Sorry, it did, eh? Yeah, okay, I'm okay to speak. I missed that bit.
Okay, to interrupt you, I've made a bit of a muck up of this. Can I have a mover for this?
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay.
Winston, have a seconder?
I'm speaking.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Apologies. Now I can keep talking. Yeah, so it is my honor to present that. I won't repeat what I just said. So the recommendation coming from the Ruawai Community Panel is that council approves the community values and pathways objectives as written in the recommendation section of the report. I will read them out just for clarity. The community values are as listed and not in any order by priority. So they're just listed as the panel decided, but not in order by priority. Flood safety and protection, a strong, well-rounded local economy, a sense of belonging to community and community connection, healthy land and waters for the next generation, connection to the land and places of cultural importance, farming services and food production. And the pathway objectives are in order by priority. Number 1 is protect life, lifeline assets and access to lifeline assets and services by enhancing and maintaining local management of the existing stop banks and drainage networks. 2, to maintain a rural village center and protect and improve community spaces, amenities, and services. 3, to enhance the health of the coastal environment and our waterways through nature-based solutions where appropriate. 4, enhance the resilience of farming and agriculture to support a strong, balanced local economy. And 5, protect heritage and cultural values and sites of significance. I'll give a very quick, okay. Michael just let me leave it there, so I will. I'll take the report as read, including the attachment, which is the full supportive reports that provides the methodology context. Thank you.
Okay, can we have questions of the staff, please? Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a very quick observation. Your fourth point under values, healthy land and waters for the next generation. I just wondered whether that should be for future generations, particularly when you go to point 1 under your pathway objectives, where you're talking about protect lifeline assets, you're talking about a much longer term factor, as I read it from there. It's just a small moot point, but I might as well make it.
Okay, so, yep, thank you for that. So through the chair, any changes to this will have to go back to the Ruawai Community Panel. So the recommendation is that council approves this as stated. But if council would like to not approve it and provide other recommendations or changes to the wording, that I can bring that then back to the next Ruawai Community Panel, which is in September. They would re-recommend it or discuss it and then provide a new recommendation. So thank you. Yep.
Well, I think my point is that I'd hate to think that it was just being done for the one generation. This is a long-term thing. Been going for years.
Any further questions, Councillor Vincent?
Yeah, I've got a little procedural problem here. I'd like to provide a perspective on this, but it wouldn't be a question, having been an observer at the process.
I think I'll give you that latitude. Go for it.
Thank you. Okay. I'd just like to go back to this morning, and we were considering the acceptance of a proposed plan change, which would then be followed in due course by appointment of commissioners who would then hear all of the evidence and then come to a recommended decision and for the council to sign off on. And for the council not to sign off on that recommendation would potentially raise a judicial review question, given that the council itself hadn't heard all of the evidence as the commissioners had. Okay, so just by comparison, in this situation, having been and observed, this is the community's work, and it's a diverse group representing all of the local interests, key stakeholders, and this is what they've come up with. And yes, in reading that, it occurred to me too that they might have put an S on the end of the for next generations plural. However, that, unless it's a typo, that is what they came up with. And I would try and counsel you to avoid, either to accept it or not accept it rather than play with it, because that is their work that they've done. I don't know. I could turn into a question kind of and ask Katie what she thinks of that. You don't have to.
Yeah. Oh, all right.
Katie, will you respond?
Yeah, thank you. So I can speak a little bit to the process that came to that statement, maybe as a bit of context. So those community values came out of a series of wider community engagement with the Ruawai community over the course of the year, including a survey that went out to the whole of the community, drop-in days. There was a big event last year in June. So through that whole process, we asked, what matters most to you about Ruawai? What places are most important? What do you love most about the community? Those kinds of questions. And we took key terms that came out of it, key themes, grouped those together, put those into a list of essentially draft statements. And then the Ruawai Community Panel at one of the meetings did a whole rewording ranking exercise and kind of said, this is the statement that captures for this one, because environment was a big theme. So basically, how do we put this together for environment? So that's the terminology. I absolutely recognize what you're saying. Future generations probably would have been a better caption. There would be opportunity down the line. If this is the decision, we could at some point ask the panel to revise and recommend. So that could be an option to go through. This is an iterative process. So this decision gets us forward to the next step. But yeah, it's not like totally locking us in stone. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Katie. I mean, look, at the end of the day, it's an observation I make. I have no reason to interfere with what the community has come up with. My initial thought was that there might have been just a little spello there because, if I go back through other parts of it, we're talking about intergenerational knowledge and things like that are talking a much more long term. So I would just leave it on the table. It's an observation I've made. If you want to raise it with them and they decide that they want to change it or take it on board, that's fine.
Okay, councillor Nair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. All I can say is that we spent a whole day trying to find our vision on whether Kaipara is the place to be or good place or whatever. So I am actually, Councillor Vincent stole my words. So I agree with him in totality. And all I'm saying is let's get on with it and not start nitpicking on these. While I take responsibility for next generation, I may not be taking for many generations. You know, I don't gonna live more than 100 years, I guess. But I take due respect to Councillor Howard's point of view. But I'm okay with as it is and support it wholeheartedly. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement, Ash. Can I have Councillor Larson?
Are we still in questions?
Here we are.
We are, okay. A couple of just questions I'd just like to ask. The first is particularly pedantic. But in this recommendation and the next recommendation, we have one part referred to as Part A. And then in the next recommendation for the next paper, we actually have a recommendation without, which is one part, but isn't being broken down into an A, and because there is no A and B. Is that just sort of something that's carried through in your formatting in that recommendation? On page 253, which is the review for the future for local government, we were able to have a recommendation that is that the Kaipara District Council notes whereas in page 199 and page 209, we're using A, but there is only one part. So why do we need to have A? Why does it not just read that the Kaipara District Council approves?
Question. So through you, Mr. Mayor, I think it's just a template thing. We'll try and make sure it's clearer for future reports. Thanks.
Yep. Thank you. I've got a second question, if that's okay. And that question relates to Councillor Vincent's earlier. We find ourselves in a position where we're being told no part in this process, and therefore you just have to accept it. Well, my point there, I'd just like to clarify with you, if that's okay, is that if that is the case, should we not be noting this rather than approving it and saying that Kaipara District Council notes the community values, as doing page 259 with the terms of reference of the panel, which we also have had no influence over. So that's just my question here for you, if we could clarify that.
Happy to answer that through the chair. So I'll read this section of the report out. Well, okay, I'll start with council is working with and alongside the Ruawai Community Panel. We are supporting and facilitating the process through technical advice, through project facilitation, and you are the decision-making body. So the panel is a community advisory group that brings recommendations to council to make decisions, because following the endorsement of an adaptation plan, council will be responsible for monitoring environmental indicators and delivering actions when specific trigger points are reached, such as land use, delivering new infrastructure. Council is a lead decision-making authority for Ruawai Adaptive Pathways Adaptation Plan. The structure of the project is that you are the decision-making body. You have a key role to play in this, and at most levels. Yeah, so it's coming to you for a decision.
For the chair, through the adaptive pathway planning process, at various stages of the process, council needs to make a decision here or there, and this is the first one in this process.
Yep.
So how does that differ from the next decision, where we have, for context, the terms of reference, where the panel unanimously approved their own terms of reference at their May meeting, and we're only noting it? Why are we, on the one hand, approving the objectives here, and on the other hand, only noting?
Yep. I'm happy to speak to that process. So council made a decision to participate on the Ruawai Community Panel as observer elected members. That was a past council decision. So that was kind of council's key role as elected members in the governance space. And that's in the terms of reference. The terms of reference is a functional working agreement amongst the panel. So it's an agreement amongst themselves on how they want to operate and who's on there, just confirming numbers and the like. So that's it's as an operational document, we're providing it to council for transparency's sake, but it wasn't seen as a governance document.
I should have just said nothing.
With further questions? Okay, can I have the movers statement, please? Councillor Vincent.
Mr. Mayor, well, I think we've had some worthwhile discussion just clarifying where this document sits. Having been an observer at their workings, it's really interesting. The discussions are facilitated by people with expertise in, I guess, change management and such, as well as relevant technical knowledge. And so it's, I think, a good quality result is being produced. And I suppose my previous outburst, I was really making a plea for empowerment of the local community to be able to make decisions for itself. But and in the end, there will be decisions made which have dollar signs added to the end of them, and that's where the council needs to be able to exercise its role. So but I think it's a valuable document and a significant step along the way in this process, which may act as a template for other communities around the area faced with, I would, rather than talking about climate change, I'd say dynamic situations where change is underway. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paniora. Second statement.
I don't have much more to add to that. I'm in agreement with the terms of reference and the principles, as well as the priorities specified therein. Thank you.
Okay, any other elected members wish to speak? All right, movers right reply, Councillor Vincent.
Nothing to add, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, let's put it to the vote. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Motion carried. Okay, we move on to 6.1 Ruawai Adaptive Pathways Ruawai Community Panel Terms of Reference. And once again, welcome back, Katie.
You can move in a second.
Can I have a move for that, please?
I can make that happen.
Councillor Vincent, seconded by Councillor Manderson. Okay.
So, yeah, sorry, apologies. This report basically is an information report, just asking that council note the Ruawai Community Panel terms of reference. And I will take the report as read. Thank you.
Okay, does anyone want to ask any questions? No? Okay. The statement, Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't think there's a lot that I need to say. We're just being asked to note, as pointed out by Councillor Larson, these terms of reference rather than approve or adopt them. So I commend them to you.
Thank you. Second statement, Mr. Manderson.
Nothing to add, thank you.
Nothing to add. Okay, any other members wish to speak? All right, leavers right reply. I guess you don't want another option there. Okay.
Good.
Put it to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against, motion carried. Thank you. All right. What are we on to now?
6.2.
6.2, which is the review in the future of the local government. The Kaiwaka District Council notes the review into the future of the local government final report located at attachment A. So can I have a mover for that, please? Councillor Williams, seconder. Thank you. Councillor Howard.
Get it on.
Thank you. And we have Hayley Reddington's not here, right? She's online.
Yep.
Okay. Oh, there you are. Hey, sorry, I see you now. Thank you. Away you go.
Okay, thank you. So I will take the report as read. I have had one question in from Councillor Vincent, which I'm happy to go straight into. But first of all, just for a little bit of context, this is the final report which has taken on board our submission that we put through earlier in the year in February, March. And the next steps for this will be that it will go through the Local Government of New Zealand membership. Those discussions will be had, they'll be facilitated sector-wide, and they'll go through each recommendation with an aim to get agreed views amongst its members to take back to Cabinet. The specific question from Councillor Vincent was around the two models, the structure models, operating models. So the two options were unitary and combined network. Just to be clear, both options will be available for any regions or sub-regions. It'll be, you can cherry pick which one you would prefer, but essentially both are regional amalgamation. Unitary model is like a super city model, what we see in Auckland at the moment. So that's one council which has all responsibility for local government roles and functions across the area that's defined, the region or sub-region, including those carried out by regional councils. So it'll be a large scale single council, and community members would elect ward councillors and a mayor to the unitary council, as we do now. There would also be members that are specifically appointed as part of Te Tiriti based appointments as well. So there's a bit of work around there for locally specific representation, how that would work. These are, again, just recommendations. The combined network, that's more like an NTA sort of shared function model. So that's where you have a local council and a combined council. So the combined council would be corporate services and the likes. So things like communications, things like HR, IT, customer services, and sort of roading or major units would be amalgamated, but local councils would continue to maintain and withhold regulatory functions, monitoring functions, and things like that. The election for the local councils would be community members electing ward councillors, and for the combined council, each local council would appoint one of their elected members to be a member of the chair or member of the board, essentially. And again, there may be members that are appointed as per Te Tiriti based appointments. So that was the only specific question I had around it. Are there any other questions that you would like to?
Okay, any questions from elected members for Hayley? No, it does not.
Could I ask, Mr. Chairman, for some expansion on what is envisaged in terms of partnership with Te Tiriti?
Yes, you can. So there's specific recommendations around Te Tiriti based partnerships, and a lot of them will be sort of contextual based on your locality and what sort of hapu iwi and Māori want to see in that space. But some of the common threads that you would see would be tikanga incorporated into council operating and engagement practices, te ao Māori values underpinning council decision making, mātauranga Māori sitting alongside Western science, so looking at things like how to inform how council carry out their roles and functions. And then also having some kind of statutory obligations put in there around, in particular, accountability being embedded within council organisations for chief executives and mayors, and also elected members. And that would be that they are required to promote and incorporate tikanga within organisations and to create a safe cultural space for Māori staff to work in.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Howard.
I do. Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Haley. Just to put our position in perspective, and we're asked to note this, there are a number of elements in what LG and Z have come back with in terms of this that we had voiced, I think, collective disagreement with up front. So do we go back now, you know, with these recommendations and restate our position as it was, or is this just left on as is?
That option now only goes to local government New Zealand membership.
It does. Well, that's okay. Well, perhaps a good reason why we're not there.
Yes.
Okay. Any further questions? Okay, I'll move to mover's statement. Councillor Williams.
Thank you. Yeah, I haven't got much to add. It'll just be interesting to see, you know, what happens in this space going forward. So yeah, that's the document, and yeah, we'll see what comes of it, I guess.
Okay, Councillor Howard.
I have nothing further to add.
Okay, any other elected members wish to speak? Councillor Paniora.
Yes, thank you through the chair. So fully endorse and tautoko all of the recommendations in this report. I have had the privilege and the honour of being part of the some of the sections during my time on Te Maruata, which is the Māori subcommittee of local government New Zealand. It's unfortunate that we've removed ourselves from local government New Zealand membership, so we don't really have a voice in terms of the greater overall pressure and I guess political lobbying that will take place flowing from this document. Absolutely tautoko, strengthening local democracy, authentic relationships with hapu, iwi and Māori, based on what I've observed in my time here in the short, less than 12 months in this role, focusing on wellbeing, genuine partnerships between central and local government, and more equitable funding. Also in terms of, the incorporation of Te Tiriti based authentic partnerships into that as well. And I actually totally endorse a unitary authority, although I note that the mayors collectively put out a press release to say that they weren't in favour of that. I'm in favour of that based on a number of just ridiculous decisions that I've seen made by councillors around this table, and would endorse a unitary authority in that regard. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Naya.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, I'm a little bit disappointed by the words used by Councillor Paniora. But in saying that, it's not a unilateral decision.
You're not the chair today.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. Sorry, Ash, it's a bit noisy.
Sorry. There was someone talking in the background, so apologies.
Yeah, Mark, just.
I was getting a point of order across.
Yeah.
For me? For me or for
you? That's okay. Just move on. Too late.
So all I was trying to say is I'm actually looking forward to the results of the elections, and I'm just wondering also, the current government has backtracked on their 3 water promises. So I don't have much hope about the future of local government as well. So I take on board what other councillors feel, but I'm quite excited that we probably have a better future than what is being presented to us today. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to have a comment? Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm mindful of the fact that we're only being asked to note this report. So that sort of, it's a bit futile going into much detail about one's opinions. I think a lot in the report is quite contentious, adventurous even, and but there's really not a lot is served by airing those views, given that all we're being asked to do is note the report.
Taken. Okay, let's go to the movers right reply. Councillor Williams.
I've nothing further.
Okay, we'll put it to the vote. All those in favour?
Hold
say
on.
aye.
Can I say something?
Yes, you can. Sorry, I didn't.
Thank you. I'm reminded when we're dealing with this that we are essentially a democratic society. We're ruled by, in the main, majority rule after frequent consideration of most issues. And we have in here, if we're looking at section 4 in particular, a device to leapfrog straight to basically co-governance. Local government invests in participatory and deliberative democracy, extends the term for local elections, adopts a single transferable vote as a nationwide method for local elections, lowers the threshold for establishment of Maori wards, enables Te Reo appointments to council, lowers the voting age to 16 for local elections, local and central government to co-invest to build leadership capabilities. Now, I don't see in this context that any of that is democratic. I oppose it.
Thank you. So just to point out, once again, that we're noting the report. We don't have to agree with noting the report. Okay, so on that front, I'll just say all those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against?
Against.
And carried, thank you. 6.3, acceptance report to be presented by CE Jason Maris.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And while I'm talking, I'll just get Sue and Amanda to walk up to the front as well.
Actually, I'll move that motion, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
Can I have a seconder? Anyone out there want to second this?
I can second it.
Councillor Vincent, thank you. Yes.
Thank you very much. So this is just the normal exceptions report for the month. I suppose what's slightly different about this one is this ties off the end of the year, the end of the financial year. Obviously, you'll know that we will do a formal annual report. It's a statutory requirement, which is backwards facing in the year preceding, so this financial year just gone. And we'll be going through that process with you over coming weeks. So our auditors are up, I believe, next week to take us through that process. So these figures are draft until we go through the annual report process. Before we look at the non-financials, what I'll do is I'll ask Amanda to give you a summary of the financial overview, and then Sue will be addressing Councillor Howard your questions, I believe. And then we'll go to the non-financials. So if I can hand over to Amanda, that'd be lovely. Thanks.
Thank you. First, I would like to note that this is preliminary figures for the end of financial year, and we still have end of year adjustments to be made. Another point to note is that we do have one typo on the report, and that is that the budget year-to-date number of 22,608 is actually 23,608, which adds across to the 2.5 million variance. You will note that the 2.5 million variance on first glance doesn't paint a very nice picture. However, during the year, our position was always in surplus due to the underspend in the employee benefits. This was due to salaries and not being able to recruit our vacancies. Once Cyclone Gabrielle hit, we've had a lot of costs that have been incurred to council. We had $6 million of roading repairs, which we have had subsidy 100% granted to us. You'll see that in the subsidy and grants, we're sitting as 1.9 million variance there as a more subsidy than budgeted. This is due to the roading, but it's offset by 4.5 million of CapEx, which we haven't received for the stop banks in Ruawai. So that doesn't affect any of the rates or the debt because that funding was coming in to be spent directly on those floodgates. In addition, we had $1.3 million of costs relating to the cyclone, which were non-roading. These included sewer issues, Browns Road overflows, use of pumps on Mangawhai Community Park and Sour Rock Drive. We also had green waste being dumped and replacing cushion fall and other park-related costs, and land drainage for digger work and replacing We also note that there are approximately $500,000 worth of costs which weren't spent this year on various projects, which we are going to bring to council for approval to carry forward into next financial year. So taking all of that into account, this is good news, and we haven't had to raise any further debt or increase rates to cover the costs from Cyclone Gabrielle. Any questions?
So perhaps I'll just corroborate what Amanda said. So throughout the year, we've been looking like we've been doing really well against budget. We're really pleased that we did have that, because that's been offset by Cyclone Gabrielle. And we know that in this year, there will still be some costs that are not budgeted because we've still got pumps going. And there's other items that we won't be able to claim. And I'm pretty sure we didn't budget for the extra 20% that we might have to pay for our roading in the new year. So we don't know how we're going to go in this financial year, but last financial year, we're actually okay. We haven't had to take out debt, and a lot of councils who've been severely impacted by the weather event will have had to. It's really good news. We got some questions from Councillor Howard. One about the leaks, and because it was a large amount of 120,000 that we've had to remit, where we thought it would be kept as part of our revenue. This year we had 56 applications. Last year there was only 30. I think what's happened this year is the ground, a lot of them have been larger because the ground has been quite wet, so it's hard to locate the leaks, obviously, and identify them. And also we've had more proactive staff. We've got a new person in water, and they are administering the leaks, and they're actually being quite proactive and getting onto it straight away instead of waiting and getting the meter read straight away once the leak is reported. So yeah, so that's the rationale why there's more money in leaks.
And if I may, to that, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So they're mainly over this side with the.
It's for the old infrastructure, you could say, yes.
Is that person employed directly by the council or through your contractors?
No, through the council. And yes, the next question you're asking about is capital subsidies. So we do report our capital subsidies through the externally funded. So I think it's once every 2 months. Our GM infrastructure reports through exactly what the funding has been and how much we've claimed. We can look at the reporting next year, but this year it was phenomenal, the amount of projects that were put in there that we knew was going to be impossible to complete. So I'm not sure that I can answer your question, because the subsidies are really complicated, because it depends on how fast we're doing the project when we can actually claim the subsidies. So therefore you can get a lag, and we obviously budgeted to do the Raupo gate and the Agawal to Tukopuru stop banks in last financial year, but they're actually not going to be completed till this financial year. So I think the way to keep hold of the subsidies and what's happening is the additional reports that you get through the General Manager of Infrastructure.
Okay, and I think really to that was appreciate that there was a significant figure, and I understand the rationale for that, or the reasoning for that. And what you tried to do was summarise the key projects. I'm just presuming that somewhere along the line that there is a spreadsheet. Now you've explained that.
Yes, we do actually put one. I think we have got one in this.
For capital expenditure.
For capital expenditure projects. It doesn't tell you how much subsidy though. You get that when, and others. Okay, question, Maori freehold land. Yes, there was 357,000 that we wrote off. Your question is, why haven't, we know we're going to have to write off, why are we looking at this? And it's because of the fact that what we're actually trying to do is encourage Maori to use their land, pay their rates, and we're getting some winners there. But some of the land isn't usable, and then if it isn't, then we'll write it off. That's why we show the write-off. But it would have been, the way that we have been doing it in the past, which is what every other council has been doing before the Maori Freehold Land Act came in, was basically to keep charging the penalties and then write them off every 6 years. This is a much more proactive way that we're dealing with it now. Okay, question 4 on building consents. Thank you. 100% is an excellent result, and it wasn't only building consents; it was resource consents, and it is. But for the building consents, what your question was is that it looks like we're doing 100%, and therefore the levels of staffing look about right there. They are for, we think, for processing, but obviously inspections is a bit different. We're still really busy with inspections. There's still a lot of buildings being built out there. You know, we've had one of our inspectors had to do 11 inspections on one day, which is pretty, it's really difficult. So in different parts of the building process, we're coping. Your other question, question 5, PCs requiring resource consents. And you're saying that basically the percentage of those building consents requiring resource consents seem to have grown. We have got a lot more resource consents. There's larger builds that triggering more breaches, whether it's permeable coverage. Also NRC, the flood maps, there's more hazards, and that means that there could be resource consent. And more relocatables coming in, which there's more earthquake works being done. So far more relocatables. So that's sort of the answers I've got for that, why the resource consent has risen.
Councillor Nair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I guess we are talking exception report, right?
Yes, that's right. We're on the exceptions report.
Okay, so the way it's presented, I mean, while I thought I was having some accounting background, but it looks like the negatives in everywhere. So that if it's an expense item or a revenue item, regardless of that, you put a negative when you have either exceeded it, right? So rates revenue is minus 532. I thought, so this is like negative, you are below budget, right? But you use the same method. Are you there?
Yes, and I explained that, Councillor.
So same methodology used in the expenditure, and you put a negative, repairs and maintenance or transportation, 4 million. And it's not negative, it's more. So it should be a plus that you have gone higher than what you should have spent, isn't it? How come it's a negative? Sorry.
So in the variances, if it's an overspend, it's showing as a negative.
Well,
and if it's an underspend in rates, which it is, it's a negative too.
Yeah.
So you have a two different methodology to deal with the figures. So anyway, so it's quite confusing and the question I had is the swaps, which you said is a great item. Looks like we are losing a lot of money on swaps. And what's the future holds for you? That's the item. You know that,
Through the chair. So just to clarify, the swaps are one item that have to come back because the auditors will be looking at that, and we've still got to do the year-end adjustments and didn't have all the figures at the time. So that one hasn't been, we expect that to change. You'll get a look at the final accounts. It could become audited. So this was...
I'll leave it to you. Thank you.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, just Councillor Nair, just to give you some certainty there, we haven't changed the way we're presenting this report since we started many years ago, actually. So we haven't changed it. Sue has explained this to the council, what they do mean. If you want some extra work, we can help you with that.
Okay.
So from a non-financial perspective, we've already talked about it. Sue's talked about it already today, and that's about the resource. The reduction in building consents at the moment. So 834 this year. So 834 last year to 657 this year. So it's quite a reduction. The good news is we are getting at 100% for the teams there, which is great. And likewise with resource consents as well, are at 100% too, which Sue mentioned before. I'm not going to go into much further detail. Obviously, the CapEx there's some commentary around that. We've notified you guys well in advance the situation with our CapEx spend and what's in that space. We do that every month. But I suppose just to wrap us up, look, yeah, it's been a hard year for everybody, particularly our financial people as they work through all the issues that we've had over this year, unexpected issues as well. So just wanted to plug that and thank the team for their work. And also just a reminder, the annual report, we will be working with you and the Audit Risk and Finance Committee on that annual report, which will be due for adoption, I believe, September or October. Happy to take any more questions.
Any further questions? Okay, thank you. Thank you for preparing. I see that once again, we're noting the exceptions report and there's more information to come at a later date, essentially. Second statement would be Councillor Vincent.
I have nothing to add.
Okay, any other elected members wish to speak? All right, I will not to repeat myself. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, motion carried. 6.4 is a resolutions register update. And we got a motion on that.
Yeah, just noting the resolutions we just did.
Yeah, just to note that we'll have I'll move for that. I'll move that and a seconder, please. Councillor Williams, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm not going to go into any detail here, but if there are any questions from the resolutions register, please feel free to ask.
Any questions there? Okay, moving statement. Oh. Okay. All right, let's move to note that. Councillor Williams.
I've got nothing to add.
Okay, any other elected members wish to speak? Okay. Let's put it to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Against? Motion carried. Thank you. Rightos. 7 is recommendation to move into public excluded. I'll move that.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Howard. Thank you. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carried. Can I just have a 5-minute break? I need to use the facilities.
Jen for 5.